Aussie. Angry.
Fuck's sake. Honestly, StreamYard, fuck you. Try and get a nicer skin tone. There we go. Please tell me that my microphone's working now. I have no fucking idea what that was. Pretty goddamn annoyed right now. Yum. Yay, you can hear me. Yay. That was ridiculous. Like I had to nope out of the whole thing and start up again. God damn, what the fuck was that? Super annoying. Super annoying. Just like last minute hiccup, trying to get set for party night, and the system, computer says no. I was like, well, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, well, that's what we like. That's me to StreamYard tonight. Usually so easy to use, but every now and then fucks around with me. So that's the way it goes sometimes. Oh, I was even really good and shot a whole video before going live, and I was done. It's all about the wonders of my freezer martini, which I am now drinking. Yeah, no, that's good. Got to think what gin would be good to top it up. That's got some character. Hey, Pat, how you doing on a Friday night? Well, hey. I mean, I'm not a wine drinker, so that would be a swings and roundabouts sort of thing. I'd probably find people to give the wine to, but yeah, getting a free case of wine you weren't expecting. Hell yeah. If you're a wine drinker, hell yeah. The same was when I got the fruity beer free. It wasn't on a case, it was a little 4-pack with those skinny fruity beer cans. And I was like, that's free. And I went, well, I don't really want it. I drink beer. Oh, you could give it to someone. And I went, excellent idea. Thank you. And then I used one of them to make a syrup for cocktails, and it made a nice syrup. It's just like a fruity syrup. Hey, Heine, how you going? So I've still got 3 of the cans. I haven't quite finished the syrup on it. I've actually got a whole bunch of syrups in the fridge now. And I'm thinking I'm going to make another of my liqueurs, because I've only got a little bit of the last one left. And I like to barrel age it for a bit. I don't know really how much difference it makes, but I like to think it makes a difference. And, making another liqueur might empty a couple bottles. Give me an excuse to buy some more. Last one was a blend of whiskey and rum, and it worked really well. So might do that again. Might be just whiskey, because whiskey. I did one that was just whiskey, and it was really yummy. Did one that was just rum. It was really yummy. Did one that's a mix of whiskey and rum. That was really yummy. I was just thinking, theoretically, making one with gin would be yummy. Be a sweetened gin liqueur. I mean, even as I think about it, I think that's actually a pretty good idea. I don't know if I'll do that. Or brandy. How many brandies do I have? I don't know how many brandies I have. Do I want to use up brandy? I probably more want to use up some whiskey and rum. So there's an empty bottle, which gives me an excuse to, there's a space on the shelf. I emptied the bottle. I should buy another bottle. My obsessive amass bottles compulsion. Who knows? Who knows what I'll do? So freezer martini is nice at the moment. I just got to turn over in my mind what would make it better. Actually think more dry gin. I think that was what it needs. Ooh. Maybe some of the herby water. Oh, honestly, that might work. I'm going to do that. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud, and I'm assuming nothing I'm saying makes an enormous amount of sense, for which I apologize. I'm basically talking to myself, because when I top up the freezer martini, it's a good idea to add water to it, because if you make a martini from scratch, you stir it on ice, and ice melts, dilutes the martini, makes it more approachable, because martini is a pretty fucking strong drink. So if I put it in the freezer, I'm not going to stir it on ice, so I need to add water to the freezer martini. But if you know, little trick you can, which I said in the video I made just before I started, you can use water with a bit of flavor. And I've got these soda waters that have a herbal element. I'm going to do it with one of those. Maybe the orange and sage one. Because I'm a wild and crazy guy, and you never know what I'm going to do next. I never know what I'm going to do next. I'm out of control. So getting geared up already. Starting tonight with a martini that was probably a double. Justin, do you have misgivings about who's in charge of Democrats abroad now? Are they dodgy? Is that what you're saying? Are they dodgy? So that's what they campaigned on. You can lay back with it. Yes, see? Claire, that's you got the wine just in time, man. Lay back with a glass of wine, watch the shit show. Yeah, absolutely. That is the approach to take, my brother. She's like, they're gonna fuck some shit up, are they? Okay, I'm just gonna sit back and watch. Yeah, don't let the bastards grind you down. I'm just gonna bring my Discord up. Ooh, up Discord. I don't know why that happened. Anyway. I'm just doing a thing on my Discord because I might post some AI generated images. Friday 16. There we go. Now I just have to bring up the things that I made. Create Bing. Image creator from Bing. Where are my images? Yeah, I have 100 boosts for the day. Where are my images, though? Oh, God, do I have to do something? All right, fuck it. It's like, I don't know, Microsoft, why do you suck so much? I don't know, but you just do. So you're saying those people campaigned on, I'm going to change everything, and the actual Democratic National Convention said, no, don't fucking change anything. So they're going to be in the shit if they try and mess with stuff. Okay, just okay, I've got a weird thing. Cartoon of Democrats abroad. fighting with the DNC. Let's give it a weird prompt and see what it does. I think that's a fun one to start with, Justin. Let's go there. All right. Sorry, I'm just going to move the camera a little bit so I'm a bit more centered. Oh, these are honestly great. Oh, no, sorry. Now I know what the problem is. I now know what went wrong the other night. This will just take me a minute to do this. I think you'll like these, by the way, Justin. I know I'm giving it a bit, I'm talking it up a bit, but I think you'll like these because I honestly think they're pretty funny. Just going to take me a minute to say, but it's a very manual thing I have to do so they're easier to use on Discord. So I'll get the prompt and I'll put that in the Discord. And I'll now upload the pictures. This should work. Come on, upload those pictures, damn it. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, this is a really laborious process. There might be a more streamlined way to do it. I don't know what that is. As Forrest Gump says, I'm not a smart man. Can I see another one? Is it that one? Wait, which one is not there? Sorry, this is just me being gosh darn idiot. Is it that one I want there? Ah. I just realized what's happening here. Just realized what I did wrong. Yes, I want to change it. Okay. God damn it. This is, again, an annoyingly manual process. Hello, Dr. Abigail. Most of the time when you move to your right, gallbladders don't redundant, no, super bloated. I'd consult medical advice on that front. Yeah, I definitely would. Even if you started and you've lost your appetite, even if you started by, there's like a nurse online thing you can call. It's like a nurse on call. And they might be in a position to say, you should just book a doctor's appointment to talk about that. Or they might go, that's unsettling. You should maybe go to an outpatient's. Oh, look, and I completely understand that. So that's why I think Dr. Abigail maybe is a stopgap. Like, I forget what it's called, but it's like nurse on call, I think it's called. You can just call someone and get some advice. And Rays, how you going, man? Anyway, now I'm going to share images. This is for Justin, a cartoon of Democrats abroad fighting with the DNC. I like that's like drones flying in, and the Democrat donkey's there. There's a black woman. Is that oh god, I've forgotten her name. Michelle Obama. I was going to call her Mrs. Obama, which was a little bit rude. But that's fun. I actually really like these cartoons, and I'm not surprised if Nurse on Call always says go to hospital because they don't want to take the risk. But maybe you need someone to tell you to go to hospital. So there's more Democrats fighting. There's a donkey in there. It's kind of fun. I maybe prefer the drone image, honestly. This one actually has the Capitol building in the background. And there's like weird mutant donkeys in the background there, I think. Genetic experiments gone wrong. And actually, this final one's the best in terms of genetic mutations. Genetic mutations of donkeys, symbol of the Democratic Party. Honestly, those were quite fun. So, Dr. Abigail, you don't want to go to hospital. Yeah, you're going to see your gallbladder, you're attached to it. Honestly, this feels like talking to AIDSy. Honestly, it's like, okay, so I've got all these feelings that are really bad, and it was like my body's telling me something's terribly wrong. But hospital sucks, and I don't want to go there. So you're just making me want to tell you more to go to, well, not necessarily go to the hospital, but even if Nurse on Call is going to say go to the hospital, step one, call Nurse on Call, describe the things. And then you can ask them, like, well, when you say go to hospital, do you mean like tomorrow, or do you mean, oh my God, go to the hospital now? Oh, jeez, that's not a cheerful raise. Your mum had symptoms like that, which was pancreatitis. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I honestly lean towards, at the very least, I know you're worried that the Nurse on Call is just going to say go to hospital, but they might be right. That's all I'm saying. They might be right. Just drinking some water. Because I'm a healthy boy. Yeah, see, that might be a compounding symptom. I don't know. I'm of no medical authority whatsoever. You definitely want to consult someone. This is not something you want to ignore. I'm just going to throw it out there. That's my unqualified, but I think probably correct opinion. You don't want to ignore this. You think we're going to have an alien situation, Raise? I haven't watched it recently, but interesting. I did listen to a podcast recently, one that I mention occasionally, the Rewatchables. These guys where they revisit older movies that feel like they're worth rewatching, and their review on Alien was quite good. It's very interesting because they did a little bit of research on the time and place when it was released, and it was kind of interesting. So that's the thing. You know what? I might, still early in the stream, I might make one more video and it's a short one. Oh, okay. So you've actually talked to a GP, and those were the warning signs: losing appetite, vomiting, turn yellow, and you've just lost your appetite. You think you should wait till you have to? I'm not saying you should worry. Look, if you don't feel like you're going to die tonight, maybe stay at home tonight. I would unquestionably present yourself in person to a medical professional tomorrow, whether that's GP or outpatients, as in emergency. I would definitely 100% do that tomorrow. If you feel like you're going to make it through the night, then, well and good. So, Justin, what was your prompt for these images? They look like rallies. Hospital's super fucking boring. It really is. See, Rays, that's words of wisdom. You could die from being killed. Sorry, I had a flashback. What was it from Thor Ragnarok? When Thor's at the forge of the dwarves, and he's saying to the dwarf that's there, because he's trying to control the power of the dwarf star, and who's it? Peter Dinklage plays the big dwarf, and it says something about the power of the star could kill you, and Thor says, "Only if I die." And it's like Peter Dinklage really confusedly goes, "Yes, that's what I mean by kill you." It's just like, what is wrong with you? And it is, yeah, being killed is fatal and you die from it. Again, see, Rays, death doesn't have a great success rate of survival, but it does have a success rate of survival. If AZ was still here to talk to you, like, it did eventually catch up with him. But I think, depending how you define it, he was somewhere between 6 and 10 times dead, as in heart stopping. That happened to him, I think, at least 6 times. And depending how generous you are with the definition, maybe 10 times. It's just that it happened one too many times. It's like the old Chumbawamba, you get knocked down, you get up again. Doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down if you get up again. So you can die so long as you come back. But you run out of chances eventually, I think. Shit example. Never died. Shit, he wanted to tell people at pearly gates. Well, he bounced back like I don't know what. Kept going like the Energizer Bunny for many years. I mean, for fuck's sake, he was so sick about, is it 20 years ago or longer? It's when he had the rheumatoid arthritis. And I wasn't in contact with him then. That was a period between uni and when we remade contact. And he was getting chemo and had these other drugs and he was bloated. I've seen photos. He looks fucked. He looks so fucked. Like he's yellowy green and bloated, and he looked fucked. And honestly, a lot of people didn't think he was going to make it through that. And the misadventures he had after that made the rheumatoid arthritis chemo look like a walk in the park, quite honestly. I don't think the hospital staff take that into account. It's literally, sadly, unfortunately, they just went, oop, calling it. And he didn't come back this last time because he was in an induced coma for about the 20th time in his life. And this one he didn't come out of. So Ray's saying last time he spoke to him about quitting smoking. Yeah. Although he was the original sort of vape guy as well. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was a funny guy to talk to about health, quite honestly. It's also funny to talk to him about pain and suffering. It's like, I hurt my arm. I don't like it. He goes, that's too bad, buddy. And then you realize who you're talking to and you go, my arm hurts. And it's like, yeah, it's like his whole body's in constant racking pain. But he would always have time for you to talk about what bit of you was mildly hurt. He was very, very charitable. that way. All right. I am going to make this one more video. I'm going to make what's called Ford's cocktail. All right, Ford's. Holy shit. That martini was strong. Man, I've started pretty strong straight out of the gate, quite honestly. Oof. You know, I'd probably have to tone it down a little bit. I'm already feeling it this early in the night. Okay, so step the first. Put some ice in this glass to chill it. And then I'll set everything else up. Ugh. Like, this is a thermos meant for soup, like, you know, to take to work. But if it keeps things warm, it also keeps things cold. So I save my ice in here so I don't have to keep going out and get ice. All right. Why do I already feel like I need a wee break? Okay, so gonna do this. Gonna make a cocktail with this. All right. Put this here. We will put this here. Where is my golden phone? So, okay. Yeah, the Trello Ford cocktail. Benedictine, that's what I need to get. And orange bitters. Okay. Orange bitters. And I'm going to put this over here, pending using it. Get Benedictine out of here. Ow! I just head-butted a shelf for no reason. Trying to teach the shelf who's boss. Now I'm supposed to use a sweeter style gin. You know what? I'm going to use this one. Rex the runt. Let's get started with 45 mils of gin. Rex the runt. Rex the runt. Rex the runt. Rex the runt. Okay. Come on. 10 mils. Okay. Right. Let's turn this on. Turn this on. Come on, camera. You can do it. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Okay. A little bit down. There we go. All right. Let's do this. Ooh, that was messy. And we go to the vermouth. And we go to the Benedictine. And orange bitters. And that's that. We'll do this. Get this all ready. Put this in here. Ooh, That's more nice than I thought. I must knock my bloody freezer martini off. That would have been a tragedy. It smells and tastes good. Let me double check that that's in the right spot. There we go, that's pretty good. All right. And we strain that in there. Shazam, y'all. Captain Marvel Jones. He's a southern Superman. Feel like I'm the only one who knows what song that is. Right, move this over here. Yeah, this is just a short video, so unless I keep fucking up the script. Actually, I'm going to take a picture of this to promote it, maybe. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's do this. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a Ford's Martini, or just a Ford's cocktail. Dates back to the 1800s, and it's one of the early recipes that evolved towards what we recognize as a martini these days. It's sweeter and more herbal than a modern martini. It's probably a good way to get into drinking martinis, because it tastes great. Here's how to make it. In our mixing glass, we put 1.5 ounces, 45 mils of a sweeter style gin, like an old Tom gin. Then we put 1.5 ounces or 3/4 of an ounce of a dry vermouth. And finally, we put 10 mils, about 1/3 of an ounce of Dom Benedictine. To round things off, we do 3 dashes of orange bitters. Then we add ice to the glass and stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain it into a chilled martini glass. Which gives us the Ford's Martini. Cheers. God, I inhaled some spit. What the fuck? Oh. Like a joke about drinking too strong alcohol makes you cough. I just inhaled at the wrong time and inhaled some of my spit. Made me want to cough. What a state I'm in. Basically just water I'm adding to it. But that's okay. Speaking of AD, I'm probably going to use him soon, as in our AD Emergency Broadcast Network animation, to A, go wee-wees, because I suddenly feel the need for a wee-wee break, and B, go and get a couple other things so I can make an old-fashioned, or 2 or 3, because it's party night, so who the fuck knows what I'm going to do. Hey, Pat, I am good. How are you? What's been going on in your world? More wrestling? Cheers, y'all. That is yummy. Not as good as the Milady's Martini. It's good. That's a 7, 8 out of 10. 7.5. The Milady's Martini, which I made last night, was at least an 8.5. The one I enjoyed more than I have for a while. Yes, Rays, we may or may not have a dangerous hitman in the live feed right now. Just saying to anyone in law enforcement who's watching, and I don't know if they want to sort of drag me in for culpability, I want to go on the record and say, to the best of my knowledge, Pat is not Australia's most feared hitman. He's just a guy, you know? He's just this guy. So just chilling on into the weekend. What are we, 8:40? Okay. It's still early days. If you Friday night stream, we're just going to chill. Man, I might. I'm going to go get some stuff to make an old-fashioned. But I might drink some. So there's not that much left in this bottle. I might go get another bottle. This is the white peach sparkling water. Mineral water. Okay. I might get the blood orange mineral water. Need to pace myself. That is pretty good. I like Benedictine. It's yummy. It's not Benedictine. Did I say Benedictine? It's Amaro Montenegro. What the fuck is wrong with me? God damn it. But I was meant to put Benedictine in it, I think. You know what? I'll put the video up like that and see if anyone calls me out. Is someone paying close enough attention? It was supposed to be Benedictine. Amaro Montenegro. Whatever. Again, people who aren't cocktail obsessives like me would just be going, the fuck are you talking about? You just keep saying words. And I'm not sure they mean anything. Honestly, I'm not sure they mean anything. So, where'd my lemon peel go? Put that in my drink. Let it absorb a bit more flavor. Almost completely denuded this orange. I'll peel the rest of it. And then I'll use this. I'll make a clarified cocktail tomorrow. I might be able to show it off on, Ray's. I mean, honestly, yeah, you know, if you hear me saying dick, I've just had a couple of drinks and my subconscious is leaking out. I did say Benedictine. It's weird. I don't know. You know what? I made one a while back, and you were supposed to use a coconut liqueur, and I didn't have a coconut liqueur. And I'm just going to put my banana liqueur in. But the bottle was visible, and someone commented, what was the coconut used? Because that appears to be a banana liqueur there. And I was like, okay, you've got sharp eyes. My God. YouTube, it's full of lies. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe everyone else on YouTube tells the truth all the time, and it's just me who's lying. I mean, I shouldn't really speak for other people. I am, it's like I'm sitting here speaking for other people saying, yep, everyone lies on YouTube. All I can say with complete authority is I lie on YouTube. So Benedictine. Sorry, I'm just thinking your breakdown. Bene means good. Maybe you say time instead of time, and it's good dick time. Ben does sound like a fun guy. Ben's bringing in the dick all the time. Seems like a fun guy. What we do. Alexander, hello. Happy Bloomsday. Yes. And for those who don't know, this is the date where the fictional tale Ulysses is set. What was the character's? The character's name was Bloom. Yeah, that's why we call it Bloomsday. And Wikipedia says this is called James Joyce chose this day to set his story in Ulysses because it's the day he met his girlfriend, and it's special, isn't he? This sweetie, that's a classic Irish romantic right there. And no, I've never read Ulysses. It seems really full on and difficult to understand. I've seen extracts of it, so. Man, that drink's good. I may have put the wrong liqueur in there. It's still good. Probably would have been good with Benedictine as well. Part of me wants to reshoot it or at least re-record the audio. But, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do what I do. Nobody can stop. Is that an old cartoon? I am unfamiliar with that. I feel like, were you doing that, Dr. Abigail? It's the theme song from an old cartoon. And I'm unfamiliar with it. I remember the Hercules one. Hercules, winner of ancient glory. Hercules, hero song and story. With the strength of 10 ordinary men. And that cartoon was fucked. That was a really cheaply made, shitty cartoon. I think Hercules had a sidekick who was a fawn, as in, like body of a deer and torso of a human. And this kid here going, Herc, Herc. Oh, Justin. Yeah. Okay. That's a fun one to bring up. Like, so Lydia Thorpe, who gets fucking attacked every time she says anything, probably sometimes reasonably, a lot of the time not reasonably. And she highlighted a particular Liberal senator was a fucking gross creeper who'd assaulted her. And I think it was like the rules of the Senate. She had to withdraw that statement. But then she just gave a public statement, which could be summarized as fuck that guy. And then two Liberal Party women both came out and said, oh no, that guy's fucked. He's groped me. And Dutton has actually expelled him from the party room. And honestly, when Peter Dutton says, yeah, you should go because of the assaults we believe you perpetrated on women, you're pretty fucking bad. For Peter Dutton to take action on that, you're pretty fucking bad. And that guy has, I guess, accurately said, he hasn't had the opportunity to respond and whatnot. It's like, dude, from what's coming out, I don't know that you want this to become illegal proceedings. I really don't. Yeah, Rays, I am not particularly for or against Lydia Thorpe. But again, when she made the public statement, when two different Liberal Party women said, no, that guy is a groper, Lydia Thorpe did make a statement, and she was 100% fucking right. They're like, fuck you, media. You didn't take it seriously till white women said it. And she's fucking right. She is abso-fucking-lutely right. I don't know how long she's going to survive in the public eye. It seems an incredibly high-stress environment for her. She has a noble cause, and she wants to fight for Black rights. She's under enormous amounts of stress. And I wish her all the best. Like I said, even when I don't agree with her, I'm like, you've got a cause. You're fighting for it. Go for it. But I also hope she has the proper support and she's taking care of herself. Also, she gets points for me because now she's on the crossbench since she resigned from the Greens, and her seat is literally next to Pauline Hanson. And in the Senate, when she made a speech and Pauline Hanson was being Pauline Hanson and being obnoxious, which she said, fuck off, Pauline, or something. and she was asked. I think she was asked by the media, and I think the media expected her to prevaricate, and she said, "No." I said, "Fuck off, Pauline," because fuck her. Yeah, Rays, there really does seem to be a requirement for a very serious investigation. Again, an absolutely true statement Lydia Thorpe made. Parliament is not a safe place for women. We've seen the evidence for women serving in Parliament or women serving in the offices of political parties. It's not safe. And it fucking should be, but it isn't. So, yeah, it's fucked. But yeah, when I say I'm not strongly for or against Lydia Thorpe, I'm more for. I'll be honest. I'm more for her. She's got her cause. She has what she sees as the best way to serve her cause. I'm no one to critique that. I'm like, okay, you got a cause. That's what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, I do like Gillard's final speech to Parliament was very good, somewhat understated. She could have gone way harder, but the line she said, it was something along the lines of the sexism wasn't everything, but it wasn't nothing. Jackie Lambie is so interesting because she kind of swings around. She initially, because she was with Clive Palmer, wasn't she? She initially seemed like she was completely off a trolley, and then she started sounding much more together. And every now and then she says something that's like, "Whoop." But I get the impression she can be talked to. Like, of the various things she said that I find outrageous, like not that she'd waste time with me, but I'd like the opportunity to sit with her and say, let's talk through this. What did you mean when you said that? What was it that made you want to say that? What do you say? And because I believe while she is an interesting and idiosyncratic person, I believe even when she says something that I think is unreasonable and outrageous, I believe she could be reached. You could sit there and go, okay, I want to understand where you're coming from. Okay. Now, I think you are an intelligent person who can understand where someone else is coming from. And here are some things that I think would be worthwhile for you to consider. Justin, I would say she's growing. She still, on occasion, says something that I go, what the? Why would you say that? Why would you say something like that? And that's what I think. Like, even if there was a thing where I completely disagreed with something she said, she said something I thought was outrageous and bigoted and unfounded, because I think she does say things that are outrageous and bigoted and unfounded. But I feel like you could talk with Jackie Lambie as opposed to Pauline Hanson, who's a grifter and dishonest and acts in bad faith. I would say no more to Pauline Hanson than Lydia Thorpe did, namely, fuck you, Pauline. Because there is no value in engaging someone like Pauline Hanson because she's a liar and a grifter and a con artist, and she argues in bad faith. She's completely dishonest. And I see no value in putting the emotional and mental energy into engaging with someone who's fundamentally dishonest, because that's what she is, fundamentally dishonest. She's a self-serving, hypocritical liar. Whereas Jackie Lambie may be a bit out there sometimes, but I think if you speak, I get the impression if you speak to Jackie Lambie honestly, you've got a pretty good chance she's going to take the time to listen and potentially learn. So, Rays, you met Pauline Hanson. Politics aside, she's nice and respectful. I think the pertinent point might be years ago, because there was a period years ago where I would not have said Pauline Hanson was a con artist, a grifter, and someone who argues in bad faith. I would have said she's extremely ignorant, potentially capable, as you say, of being respectful when you disagreed. I don't believe that's the case now. I believe she's gotten worse. And these days, she's nothing but a liar and a grifter who argues in bad faith. She's a piece of shit, basically. Speaking of pieces of shit, Mark Latham, what a piece of shit he is. Although I have to admit, to some considerable surprise, Mark Latham is still in Pauline Hanson's One Nation. I literally thought the self-serving git, after riding Pauline Hanson's coattails to get a Senate seat, would ditch her like so many other men have. Something that Pauline has bemoaned. What's that? Is there a magnet in here? I didn't even realize. Sorry, my GoPro thing, which I use as a clamp on the edge of the desk, there's actually a really strong magnet there. I think you're meant to stick that on your car. Oh, okay. Food for thought. So it was maybe 7 years ago. Yeah, she's just gotten way worse. These days, she just lies all the time. She is absolutely self-serving. She's basically absorbing that bullshit from the American Republican Party. I don't know. I don't think Latham's mental health's all there. I think there is a difference between being an unmitigated piece of shit and having mental health problems. Mark Latham is an unmitigated piece of shit. Like, he's worse than Pauline Hanson. He is so much worse than Pauline Hanson. He is fucking garbage. He is absolutely fucking garbage. I would not be in the slightest surprised if, he worked with a medical professional and said, "Oh yeah, buddy, you've got the following quite serious mental health challenges." But I think him being an absolute fucking cunt and him potentially having mental health issues are not directly related. I think he's just a piece of shit. All right, so I am going to find, what do we got here? So what's this? No, fuck that. All right, sorry, I was confused about various things on my computer. Raze, what's the situation with China? Oh, okay, yeah, no. The Chinese Communist Party are fucked. Absolutely fucked. Remind me when I come back, all throughout Southeast Asia, from China to Singapore to Malaysia, is creepy fucking authoritarianism. It's really bad. And yes, Justin, Latham is an opportunist and an attention whore. All right, but I'm going to bring up YouTube and put the AIDSy video on, because I need to have a wee break, and B, pick up a couple of things. So we'll do the let me present the screen. AZ doing the apocalypse. All right, so we don't need me. I'll full screen AZ. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes and just watch the apocalypse unfold while I'm gone. Well, his jaw's going. I'm going to save him before his jaw goes. There we go. That's enough for now. All right. Heine, what is The Outer Worlds? Do you mean the video game, which I've never played? Yeah. Raise, that's AZ at his best, honestly. Yeah. That's AZ living his best afterlife, essentially. Anyway, gonna drink some soda water. Yeah, okay. I've not played Outer Worlds. I think Mrs. Angry did. I think she liked it. I didn't play it though. Oh, okay. Yes, Raise. Thank you. Okay, so there's been a couple of articles recently about comedians getting harassed, facing reactions from various Asian governments. There's I think the guy's actually English. He has a character he plays where he criticizes cooking, Uncle Roger. And one of his live shows, he made jokes about the because he gets a lot of Asian people in his audience. Saying to the audience, like, where are you from? And someone says, like, they're from Taiwan. He goes, oh, Taiwan, lovely. Not a real country. just China. Welcome you back to the motherland, one end. And so he used to share stuff on Chinese social media, and he's now been banned from Chinese social media for appearing to mock the communist authorities. I mean, seriously, add China to the list of places I can't go. It's too high risk. It's too high risk, which is so sad because China's a wonderful country with an incredible history. I'd love to go there, but the regime there at the moment, you just can't trust them. I'll see if I can find the news article. I read this and it did my head in. Yes, okay. An American comedian, Jocelyn Chia, she made jokes about Malaysia and Singapore. And the Malaysian authorities said they were going to go to Interpol to investigate her and maybe prosecute her. And I saw the routine. It was really mild. And like the jokes were about that missing flight. And she made jokes about the rivalry between Singapore and Malaysia. And fuck those people, honestly. You know, it's kind of like I have in the past and I will in the future talk about some very successful comedians who are assholes who go on about, it's just jokes, you have to get it. And you go, no. And they're being pricks. And top of that list is Ricky Gervais, the most successful, most highly paid comedian in the world. He's a fucking prick. He does shallow, cowardly attacks on marginalized groups. And fuck him. But should he be prosecuted? No. He's just making a joke. But yeah, this one, the fucking comedian just made jokes about the missing flight and about the tensions between Singapore and Malaysia. And so you got these fuckheads in Malaysia saying they want Interpol to track her down. And it's like, fuck off, you. So again, I'd probably really like to go to Malaysia and Singapore, but I feel like I can't because I want to go on the record as their governments are really authoritarian and fucked, and fuck those guys. Thailand's on the list because I found out there was a law saying you couldn't mock the king of Thailand. So this was like 10 years ago or more. I made a video going, well, the king of Thailand blows goats. I've got video evidence. Oh, I saw that what's his name? Jack Ma? Hugely successful businessman. And because he criticized the regime, they're punishing him. It's just like, they are fucked. Yeah, Rays, if you got to pick between Beijing or Qatar, you go Qatar, even though Qatar's dodgy as fuck. China's just too high risk. The government there's too authoritarian and they're too quick to be upset at someone who critiques them. And I'm going to fucking critique them because fuck those guys. It's just like, so I guess I can't go to China. I guess I can't go to Singapore. I guess I can't go to Malaysia. I mean, for fuck's sake, saying you want Interpol to track down a comedian for some really fucking tame jokes. Yes, Rays, I wouldn't mind going to Japan. Maybe take my offspring with me because they both speak Japanese. My daughter in particular is very fluent. She did linguistics at uni. My son, I think he's just like a weeb. But they both speak Japanese. So if I get rich one day, I'll do a family trip to Japan. I'll pay for their trip and say, you can come with me. I just want you to be my translator because I'm old and don't know anything but English. I want to go to some of those really full-on Japanese cocktail bars where the preparation is a whole like it's expensive because the bartenders just like focusing on you, and there's a whole performance where they blend everything together. There's some wild videos on YouTube of Japanese bartenders. This all relies on me winning lotto or something. So I guess I should buy a lotto ticket. Oh, actually, on that note, there's a guy where I work that every time there's a really big lotto prize, he organizes a group ticket. What do you fucking call syndicate? I think there's a word for it. It's a syndicate. And I feel compelled to buy into it. I was just thinking because I can't bear the idea that people I work with might have a syndicate. Like Powerball's $100 million this week or something. And this guy set up another syndicate. I go, okay, I'm going to have to buy into it because I can't bear the idea of there being a work syndicate that I didn't get a ticket in and they fucking win. Oh, god damn. Oh, yeah, no, I know Japan's not that expensive, but I'm talking about fronting the tickets for my offspring as well. Well, that's interesting, Justin. Chinese-made electric cars. Dang. Yes. Cars sold. No, you... okay. I don't know if you're joking or serious, but I think that's legit. It's like anyone for business or government who goes to China, they have to take a burner. If they need a laptop or phone, it needs to be a burner laptop and a burner phone. It's like you can't have any, it can't be a proper work or personal one. You have to get one that's just for this trip, and you have to assume that the hardware is compromised. So don't use it again when you leave China. Hey, Safa, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, no, I'm with you, Justin. I'm absolutely with you. Even if it isn't a Chinese-made device sold in Canberra, you should assume it's bugged. You should assume there's a backdoor in it. You absolutely should. So yeah, it's they're pretty full on with their surveillance and whatnot. Man, that's not bad. Oh well, we'll see. I continue to be interested in what this company Cappy that makes mixers will do, because they're dropping some product lines and starting some other ones. Oh yeah, I remember that. They decided they needed to remove all the Chinese-made security cameras because they couldn't trust it. So I don't know if anyone's doing bingo tonight. It's the night for bingo. I don't even. I've never made a note of where the link is because this was all done without my knowledge by cheeky little monkeys who come into the stream. Yeah. So sorry, Justin. That's what you have to do. Not just a phone, but a laptop. If you need it for when you're there, it's like, well, you got to throw it away because you have to assume it's been compromised while you're there. So you can't do anything confidential on it. It's just so fucked. Russia, I'd rate the same, actually. We think less about Russia because we have less interactions with Russia at the moment. But yeah. Oh, I think you meant to say furniture. But okay, we're ragging on China, but both Australia and the US have built surveillance stuff into buildings that were going to hold foreign entities down. I think as the Soviets did it, the Americans did it, Australia's done it, building in surveillance stuff into buildings where the foreign entity was going to have offices. Espionage is just a thing. It's a thing people do. Not excusing it. I'm just saying it fucking happens. You just have to accept that it happens. 'Cause it does. Yeah, suffer with the Japanese brands. There was a lot of pressure at one point to not even allow Huawei stuff to be sold, assuming there was a backdoor in there. The USSR spied on everyone. That was just a given. But Canberra spied on the USSR. That was a thing that was uncovered at one point in the building that was the Soviet embassy. Surveillance stuff was built into the structure of the building. Oh, okay. Rays, I'll say completely unrelated to what you're saying. Honestly, I was saying this about China. If I was going to the United States, again, this is completely unrelated to what Rays is saying and has nothing to do with him. This is my own personal experience. If I was going to the United States, I would only take like a burner phone. And look, I could kind of get away with it because I'm old. If they said because they can at the border demand your social media details, I could probably get away with saying I don't use social media. I'm old. But the border control at the US can demand to see your social media history, and they can arbitrarily deny you entry on a whim based on what they see in your social media history. It happens all the time. Oh, wow. Justin, someone in the Prime Minister Cabinet office has the Chinese electric car. Yeah, that's not smart. That's not smart. So, and because seriously, I've said so much, not so much anti American, but anti conservative American shit on my YouTube channel. I could not afford to go into the US and be identified with the Angry Aussie channel because it's too high a chance some moody piece of shit on the border would deny me entry because they can just do it. They don't have to justify a goddamn fucking thing. They can just do it whenever they want to and force you, keep you in detention for a while, and then force you to leave at your own cost. Right. Yeah. I think we've both posted shit, mate. Oh yeah, because you're a US citizen, dual citizen. What the fuck was this doing? No, Jesus. Justin, yes, because you're a US citizen, so they can do it. Oh, Safa, because your history with Russia and Ukraine, I'm not at all surprised. It was a whole fucking thing for you to get a US visa. But yeah, it's a whole thing. I've told the story before about, I don't know if it's the last time, it was a time I went to the US. Some piece of shit who was sitting behind me kept fucking around, either kicking the chair or doing that thing and just doing it constantly. And I asked them to stop. And so she just fucking did it more. And she was really obnoxious. Like she was picking fights with the flight attendants. It was a Qantas flight. And she was fucking picking fights with the flight attendant, and male Qantas flight attendants are notoriously gay on the international flights. And this guy, he was a lovely guy, very camp though. And when she was complaining about something, he was smiling and saying, "I'm sorry, madam." And then she complained that he was smiling, said that I know he wasn't taking it seriously or he was being sarcastic or insolent. He goes, "I'm sorry you feel that way, ma'am. Most people like my smile." And he eventually dealt with her. She was just behind me. When he got to me and I went, "I like your smile." And he said, "Thank you." And so she started kicking my chair more. And I asked her to stop. She wouldn't. So I just made a complaint. And I just said to one, "Look, this person keeps doing it. She's been really obnoxious the whole flight. She's been abusing the flight staff. I don't know what to do." And so the flight attendant said to her, "You need to stop doing that." And she's going, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Like she's lying through her fucking teeth and whatnot. And then the flight attendant left and she kind of leaned forward and hissed at me like, you're a fucking coward not fighting your own fight. And I just barely held, because she was an American. We're flying into LA. And I just barely held myself back because, as Justin said, she can't be denied entry. I can. And I just barely held myself back from saying, bitch, if I didn't have to pass through customs, I'd fucking cave your skull in now. I would fuck you up right fucking now. But I need to go through customs so I can't cause a fucking scene, which is the only thing that's saving your fucking life right now. Because she could just cause a scene at customs and say, you know, that guy's a terrorist and threaten me and shit and whatnot. And it was just like, so I just had to bite my tongue and say, fuck you, you weird fucking psycho. This will be over in a couple of hours and I will literally never see you again for the rest of my life. Fuck you. Yeah, I know. What is it with gay guys and having lovely smiles? I don't know. So for when was this? This was a long fucking time ago, but it was related to YouTube. So sometime in the last 17 years. Oh, yeah, Justin, I don't think there were any other seats. It was a full flight. Hey, Museum Creations, how are you doing? I'm doing very well, thank you. I hope things are well for you in over in the subcontinent, where I believe you are. I hope things are treating you well. So for my first US trip, probably would have been with my ex, the mother of my offspring, because she had family in America, and it was before my first trip was before anyone was born. So my first trip to the US was 26, 27 years ago. Bizarre. I have had empty glass. I have already had 2 martinis, okay? And it's relatively early days on what is usually a longer stream. I'm drinking soda water at the moment to level things out a bit. Oh, God, Aeroflot. Oh, that's the whole thing. Oh, okay. I still haven't been at the US at Thanksgiving. For various trips, I've been at the US on the 4th of July, which kicks ass. Having all the fireworks fucking kicks ass. I've also been at the US in Halloween, which also kicks ass because they go so extra for Halloween. Those were both fucking brilliant times to visit the US. I fucking loved it. Christmas might be interesting. I haven't been there for Christmas or New Year's, which is, of course, going to be in the middle of winter. So I don't know what I think. But yeah, the US at Halloween, US on the 4th of July, fucking awesome. So much fun. But yeah. Oh, okay. So your first US visit, you weren't an English speaker. You were a little fella coming from Ukraine. Okay. Okay. That's enough of non-alcoholic beverages. Not really. I will drink more non-alcoholic beverages later. Oh, God, I didn't get a fucking skewer. I want a skewer because it's a bit more stylish. Okay, look, I might put some elevator music on. I won't put the AIDSy video back on. This will only take me 30 seconds or so. But I might put some elevator music on. I just go out and get a skewer for my cherry. Which I will do lo-fi. Oh, sorry, it was Russia back then. Okay. All right, I'll be back like 30 seconds. Yeah, or don't be quick. told you I'd be quick. All right, just turning the elevator music off already. Now, I just have to decide what I'm going to make an old-fashioned with. I'm going to go over here. Close that door. Oh, move these things. I don't want to trip over things. Okay. Right. What the fuck was that? Will I make it with just whiskey? I might, honestly. I don't have much Watkins whiskey left. I use Tiny Bear and Upshot and whiskey bitters. Where are my whiskey bitters? Where's my whiskey bitters at? Whiskey bitters. Japanese bitters, whiskey bitters. Okay. From a local distillery. Hey, Micro, how you doing? Thank you. This is, you see, it's another, I deliberately chose this to make a martini video, actually. Martini themed shirt. Helly and hello, Kirsten. So I'm going to make an old whiskey old-fashioned. Forgot my jigger. That's mostly Tiny Bear single malt. Tiny Bear is actually a tiny distillery, about half an hour away from me. It's actually 50% alcohol, 100 proof. For a stronger than average whiskey, it's a really gentle flavor, this whiskey. And I'm going to kick it up. I'm just going to put a little bit of this Upshot cask strength. This is actually 64%. Oh gosh, Kirsten, your booster is making you feel blue. Yeah, I think I only had a reaction to my first COVID shot, maybe my first booster. But yeah, you can actually develop flu-like symptoms. Are we in a weird time for you now because of daylight saving? I'm going to put some of my special syrup in here too. Spiced apple sugar syrup. My God, that shit is so fucking yummy. That is so good. I thought I brought the Angostura bitters out. Have I gone completely potty? Oh, just popping in to say hello and good night. Thank you so much for saying hello, Kirsten. It's always lovely to hear you. Hey, if I can get one bit of info from you while you're here. Thinking about Australian gin makers, is there someone who makes something that we could equate with an old Tom gin, like a sweeter style gin? Dr. Abigail, I think you are making a correct choice. Yeah. And yeah, if you take your phone with you, you're very able to keep us posted. I think you are making a correct choice right there. So yes, in case I cut myself off, Kirsten, yeah, I'm asking, is there an Australian gin maker who makes a gin we could equate with an old Tom gin? Just a question. What? No, there's the industry. I didn't get it. Oh no, I was going to use the whiskey bitters, wasn't I? God, I'm off my fucking trolley. Honestly, I'm not even that drunk. Oh, good, Kirsten. There are several. Could you give me a recommendation? Micro, I reckon we're a couple of years off recreational marijuana. We're in the first phase of medicinal marijuana being legal. Because you'll know how it went in the US. It's like medicinal is legal, then medicinal becomes a bit of a joke because everyone's just getting prescriptions to get high. And so the authorities go, fuck it, we might as well make recreational legal. I'm going to put an orange peel in my drink as well. Where's my peeler? Put it orange all shriveling up. One in you go. And one more bit. Put that bit into. That'll do. That'll do. Justin, it is correct that marijuana is still technically illegal federally in the US. And in fact, there were, in the early days of the Trump administration, there were some hyper-conservative anti-drug people in his administration who wanted to start doing prosecutions. Never happened, though. Oh, yeah. Got myself a skewer. Okay, so off the top of your head, it's Kangaroo Island Spirits to an Old Tom. All right. I'm going to look that up. Because they're not Kangaroo Island Spirits. All right, I'm going to look them up. Kangaroo Island Spirits holiday accommodation. Well, there you go. There we go. Kangaroo Island. See, Kirsten is my source of all knowledge. Oh, do Anther do an Old Tom? Okay, so like if Anther do one, them being local, I'd be tempted to do it. I could also, check what the Wig Cellar has because they have a lot. I was just kind of assuming someone Australian did. I just didn't know one off the top of my head. God damn it. Because I've got sweet gins that are the fruity ones, like the slow style gins. The Old Tom is different to that. All right. All right. So, Marco, you can legally buy from a dispensary in your state. Go to the state next to us, legally buy. But if you drive across, it's fucking weird. Oh, okay. So it's a collaboration between Wig Cellar and Anther. Okay. Yeah, Marco, you're saying about border security is federal. I was kind of surprised the Biden administration didn't change the federal law. Maybe they got other things on their mind. Kangaroo Island Spirits. Yes. They're claiming to be Australia's first gin distillery. Wow. Classic Try, Slow Gin. Whiskey Barrel Aged Gin. I've got some whiskey. Oh, yeah. No, it's literally just an Old Tom. Wow, it's fucking expensive, though. Jesus. God damn, they're a bit fucking pricey. Yeah, Rays, I think you're right. It's just that weed's not on Biden's mind at the moment. All right, let me look up Anther. I actually have a couple of Anther gins now. What do they have? What do they have for sale at the moment? I'm going to do a whole video one day about what happens if you say you're not over 18 when you go to these websites. Gin. What's for sale at the moment? Barrel-aged cherry gin. God damn. Black cherry chocolate gin I have. Dry gin. Medina. Dry gin. Mooncake gin. Fluorescence Gin, Cherry Gin, Geelong Dry, Goddess Strength, Pickett's Gin, Charismatica Gin. But what happens if I just search Australian Old Tom Gin? What comes up? Wow, Four Pillars made an Old Tom at one point. Okay. Rare Old Tom. Okay, well, that's a better price. So it's their rare dry gin is the base. They add some sweetness. Okay. Okay, well, that's one to consider. Oh, okay, so Kangaroo Islands, Alark, sister sites, so the dollars, yeah. Well, yeah, I just noticed Four Pillars have an Old Tom that's only like 2/3 the cost. It's so hard to know what's going to happen with Trump, Micro. It's so fucking weird. Hey, Miguelich and Liam, how are you both going? Safa, yeah, it would get sub-zero in Dubbo in winter. It definitely would. Oh, nice. Miguelich had a visitor, so I'm glad you got to entertain a visitor. Anyway, first old-fashioned of the evening. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, that's good. It's all chocolatey and yum. Liam, I am doing fine, thank you. Glad to hear that you're doing okay too. Just easing into a Friday night. I might even go and get some more soda water after this. Trying to pace myself. Don't want to get fucking wiped out. So. Okay, sleep time for Kirsten. Take care. I think Safa was asking for a bingo ticket earlier, but I didn't even know the link. So, Ray's, yeah, I'm not a Biden fan. I'm really not. But, you know, he beat Trump in the last election. Maybe you'll beat him again. And Justin, I absolutely agree. This is not anyone who calls themselves a Republican. This is anyone who calls themselves a Trump supporter. I don't think anything would change their mind. I think you're absolutely right. As I was saying last night, I'm pretty sure the Republican establishment fucking hates Trump and are looking forward to an excuse to distance themselves from him. What reminds you of Quiznos? I'm aware of that. Quiznos is like a Subway competitor. I don't think they exist in Australia, but I have heard of them. Oh, that's pretty boozy. Let's slowly sip my way through that, then probably go and get more soda water. So put the AIDSy video back on for a minute. It'll take me like a minute to go out, get a bit more ice, a bit more soda water, pacing myself, trying not to have that misadventure I had in the early days of COVID, where I drink too much and just kind of have blackouts. Ugh. Oh, okay. So I don't know what I was doing that sounded like a Quiznos commercial, because I feel confident I've never seen a Quiznos commercial. So that was, I think, purely a coincidence. But yeah, life's full of coincidence. There we go. Oh god, I've still spilled something in the fucking desk is sticky. So I may also go out and get a cloth to wipe this down. I don't know what I've spilled here that's making. Look it up. Look it up. Look up the Quiznos commercial. I guess I could. All the commercials are on YouTube and stuff. Mm. Wow, that's got some interesting notes in it. I'm thinking of the tasting notes people always say for whiskeys. That almost had a tobacco leaf flavor in it. It's a really, really earthy flavor. It's like coffee and chocolate and tobacco leaf. It's very interesting. My dick might also be sticky. I did say desk, though. But, my dick might be sticky too. Who knows? Justin, you think Trump will get nomination but lose the election? Oh, yeah. No, I look, predictions are worthless. I'm going to make one anyway. And if I turn out to be completely wrong, weird fuckhead Trump supporters can come back at me and go, I believe Trump cannot win an election in the US because he's alienated too many people. And it's why fucking Biden got across the line in the last election. Trump was a great motivator for people who were like, oh my fucking God, no, he can't have another term. And so people who maybe didn't even turn out for the previous election turned out for that one and went, oh no, I am voting against Trump. God damn it. And I think the opposition to Trump will be as strong or stronger than it was in the previous election. And I think the support for Trump will be weaker. Great big asterisk. Predictions are worthless. I don't know shit. And I could be just horribly surprised and mortified by what happens in the future. I really worry for the world that would be created by another Trump presidency, or even worse, a DeSantis presidency. There needs to be some sanity back on, some semblance of sanity. Well, that's a nice bit of assonance there, sibilance, some sanity. Yeah, there needs to be some return to sanity on the Republican side. Because it's one thing for someone to win office and I disagree with their policies. It's another thing for someone running for office who's a fucking dangerous authoritarian psychopath who just wants to fucking hurt people. So but I don't know. I don't know shit is what it comes down to. So Micro, we want a good war to bring everyone together. Okay, I feel like you're doing a Simpsons quote there from the 90s. Bart being annoyed at Gen X when Gen X was still young, and he goes, we need another Vietnam, thin their numbers down a bit. That is a fun and unsettling fact. 45 Celsius in Iran and Afghanistan. Humans can't survive that sort of heat. Sorry. Megaleech is doing some fun AI generated image with the prompt. Middle-aged man stuck to a sticky desk. It's even like that's a sticker. It's done like it's a sticker. That's so funny. That's so funny. I like it. This is so weird. Okay, here's one that fucking looks like Kevin Rudd. And actually, both of these look like Kevin Rudd. All right, this looks like Kevin Rudd. I'm just going. This is like silver-haired Kevin Rudd. It's like stuck to his desk with honey. I feel like this one looks like Kevin Rudd, even though it has. It's a cross between Kevin Rudd and John Howard, actually. And this person is deliberately making their desk sticky. Oh God, they're getting weird. They're just getting very weird. And honestly, I am a fan. I'm a fan of weird. Yeah, Micro, I also agree with I appreciate Ray's poop update. That guy just looks tired. He's just sleeping on his sticky desk. Whereas this guy, I don't know, he seems kind of into it. He seems kind of into his sticky desk. So was also coverage awareness studio. Middle age starts at 40 and ends with 65. I think that's generally regarded as middle age, yes. And I'm right in the middle of that, quite honestly. Great question, coverage. What's Ray's watching while taking a poo? There you go. And we've got a recursive appreciation going on, which I like. Actually, Justin, Kevin Rudd would make a good progressive Democratic president. Like Kevin Rudd would be a wet dream for progressive Democrats in the US. He's not as radical as Bernie Sanders, but I think he'd be like a wet dream for progressive Democrats. And yeah, okay, Micro, why not? Why not Kevin Hart for president? Why not? He's a weird guy, is why not. Kevin Hart's a weird guy. Oh God, I keep on fucking sticking. All right. You know what? All right, I'm going to try and just be, I'm trying to hold my shit together here. Oh, fuck, that's so fucking yummy. If there was a bingo card happening, I love old fashions. Honestly, Micro, I'd rank Bugs Bunny above both Biden and Trump, quite honestly. I love Ray's Suffer asked if you were Tim Smith. No, sober, just ADHD. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to put AZ on for a minute while I go get some ice and soda water. Micro, you dirty boy. I love it. Yeah, no, and I'm into it as well, man. Coverage. Ron DeSantis just fucking sucks. He's the fucking worst. He's worse than Trump. But all right, so I'm going to put the AIDS apocalypse video on. I'll be gone for about a minute while I get some ice and soda. And I'm going to get a cloth. Fucking hell, clean this stickiness up. It's pissing me off. AIDS being the news anchor for the apocalypse. I'll be back in like literally a minute. Oh no, his head fell off. His head fell off. That's the. Wait, no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to get rid of that, not get rid of me. His head fell off. We're done. Oh yeah, I forgot to shut the door when I came in. Okay. Yay. I got a drink, non-alcoholic drink, and some ice, and a cloth to clean up the sticky bit on my desk that was annoying me. This is the grapefruit and rosemary soda water. I'm being Mr. Responsible, although admittedly having this much liquid is probably going to make me want to go wee-wees again. But that's okay. I'll either play some elevator music or start the AIDSy video from the start again. I haven't seen Frank for a while, Frank who made that animation, because I was thinking of asking him if he was in the mood to make a slightly different one built around a classic test card. Oh, good Lord. Sorry, I just love that. Talking about the Super Bowl in there. Razor's going to be in the Carolinas. Not going to be in a Super Bowl anymore time soon with the way the Panthers play. Oh, Justin. Okay, thank you. You created some images. God, this is okay. This is a reasonable approximation of Kevin Rudd. I'm going to just show it. Justin's done Kevin Rudd being sworn in as US. Oh God, I did the wrong thing. Okay, Kevin Rudd being sworn in as US president. Doesn't look exactly. God, that looks like. Actually, that one looks like a cross between Rudd and Albanese. Okay, it's super weird. They literally look like a cross between Rudd and Albanese. It's very weird. It's very weird. Man, okay, that was actually a bit unsettling. Oh yeah, look, Paul Rudd for president. Why not? Piece of pizza. Oh man, I had a nice piece of pizza on Wednesday night, takeaway night with my offspring. This place did it's like very flavorful cheese and mushroom and truffle. Also, coverage. You're where are you? Where the sun is up? Who's not gonna like Paul Rudd as a president? Quite honestly. Oh, that's good. Anyway, me being Mr. Responsible and drinking a bit more soda water. Oh, yeah. I also brought this out, one of my mixes, Fever Trees Spiced Orange Ginger Ale. This goes really well with the chocolate gin I have. Also goes really well with rum. So I might have a mixed drink with that later. Coverage, you're in Massachusetts. Okay, cool. Micro USB is in New York State. Everyone else is in Australia, I think. So Marco, there's a pizza place, town where you grew up, been there 50. You think, yeah, after 52 years, great pizza. Oh God, Ray's Kanye is president. That guy. Okay, that's like the black president in Idiocracy, honestly, because Kanye is disconnected from reality, basically. Oh, Justin, if I had supreme executive power, I would be a tyrant. I would absolutely be a tyrant. Micro. Okay, if you're talking about, the colony of Australia. The first fleet landed in 1788. Okay. You know what? Honestly, history is not my strong point. When did Cook discover Australia? So, British Captain Cook reached Australia in 1770 and then got back to England and said, yeah, we should claim this and make it a territory. And so England arranged a fleet of some soldiers and a whole bunch of convicts and maybe some free settlers. And that made landfall in 1788. But yes, the continent was discovered by the English Captain Cook in 1770, and he claimed it for England. But the colonizers landed in 1788. How many gens? Okay, so on my father's side, so like my surname, everyone with the same surname as me probably traces back to the same guy who arrived in mid-1800s. I wonder if I could find it just by searching. Mrs. Angry did look it up one time. I had a whole family tree thing. I'm going to try a thing. I know the name of the guy. 1865. What does this tell me? My family name comes from the Orkney Islands of the north of okay. Okay. No, this particular site is not helping me. Okay. Okay, this is not helping me. Sometime in the 1800s, maybe mid 1800s. Now, my mum's side is Irish and half fucking convicts, so God knows when they got there. There you go. You know, someone with your surname Australia. Actually, probably the most fun thing that Mrs. Angry discovered when she was doing genealogy research on my family. I think it was on my mum's side. There were some descendants. It was 3 brothers who were highwaymen, and they got transported to Australia for being criminals, highwaymen, like, you know, robbing people. But they served their time in Australia, and then they became respectable landowners, not in Dubbo, but in the general region in Western New South Wales. So it's kind of funny. They went from being highwaymen to being transported for being dirty criminals, served their time, and then became respectable landowners. So, yeah, my mum's side has Irish and English on it, and my dad's side has mainly Scottish on it. So, yeah. But that I feel like that was definitely the most fun thing that Mrs. Angry discovered when she did some genealogical research on my family line. That there was some, and Micro, I'm with you. Okay, so there has been like white settlers in the US for God, I think like 100, if not 200 years longer than there have been in Australia. But yeah, I have to admit, like visiting Europe, I have not done continental Europe, but just being in England, because Mrs. Angry's English. And when you just go down to the corner pub, and the corner pub is 400 years old. Oh, and you go to the church in this town, and there are records and headstones that are 800 years old. And when you really research, the culture's been there for thousands of years. Now, of course, in Australia, we have potentially one of the oldest continuous civilizations in the world, because the record is not 100% solid. It's hard to be sure, but there are arguments for Australia having had a continuous culture for 60 to 80,000 years, which is just astonishing. Again, a lot of this is up for conjecture. I think the low end of the estimates these days is 40,000 years of a continuous culture here. The longest estimate is up around 80,000 years. It's pretty fucking wild, basically. Indigenous Australians been here for a very long time. I love that coverage related to Joan of Arc. That's freaking awesome, honestly. Okay, you've done some serious genealogy. You heard Sir Nicholas Gamache in prison with Marie Antoinette for not paying property taxes. See, that shit's wild. So, Safa, you're saying 65,000 years. See, that's right in the middle. Again, archaeology is an imprecise science, but yeah, the low end of the continuous culture in Australia is 40,000. The high end's 80,000. Is a 65,000 right in the middle. So, I don't know. Oh, god damn. Yeah. So, I love coverage. You've got this sort of aristocracy crimes, whereas in my family, it's like, and my dad's side, like the Scottish side, they were free settlers. I feel like my mum's side were all fucking convicts, Irish and English convicts. It's just like fucking hell. Safa, everyone's related to Genghis Khan. Everyone has. I know that dude just fucked his way across the Asian and European land masses. We're all related to Genghis Khan. Justin, your uncle's wife's maiden name was Irwin. Thought it was a coincidence. I went to school with the guy's surname was Irwin, actually. All right, so I was putting stuff down. I'm slightly inebriated at the moment. We're in the, I guess, half Tim Smith mode at the moment. Yeah, Rays. I don't want to do too harsh, but yes. Genghis Khan did rape and pillage his way across the Asian and European landmass. Micro, you did an ancestry DNA test. Came from poopy butt. Bloodlines weak. I don't know where the phrase originally comes from, but there's a phrase that's like, your bloodline is weak and you will not survive the winter. And I find that hilarious. I always use it as an insult. In fact, now I'm going to look it up. So, okay, your bloodline is weak and you will not survive the winter. Okay, there's a Facebook group called that. There's a 9. Okay, so it's a meme. Come on, being rich. Fucking sucks. Okay, yeah, the oldest one is someone's from a US yearbook, a young lady, and her quote was, "If you like pineapple slices on pizza, I hope you like pineapple slices on your children's graves because you're weak, your bloodline is weak, and you will not survive the winter." I don't know if she invented it, but that's like the early meme about it. All right, I feel like Bing is a fucking shit search engine, and I'm going to go on Google. Your bloodline is weak. Yeah, okay. This young woman may have fucking invented it for a yearbook thing. But I use that line all the time on people. They say something and I think that's fucking weak. I go, yep. The only reason you say that is your bloodline is weak and you will not survive the winter. Oh, we brought up Japan. Okay, here's a fun thing with Japan, which definitely has a rich history, but there's some weird unresolved connection between Japan and Korea. And if you want to upset someone in Japan, you say their language has Korean origins. And if you want to upset someone in Korea, you say their language has Japanese origins because they're kind of a bit antsy at each other. And yes, Rays, Japan's history, violent as fuck. Coverage. Native Americans declared your family spiritual beings. Nice. Honestly, put that on a business card. Put that on a business card. That's pretty good. Really? Your family is spiritual beings. That's pretty cool. Oh, that is a good insult. You look like you dropped common loot. Damn, that's brutal. That's brutal. That's a solid burn right there. Man, that's fucking hardcore. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Okay, I'm going to tell you a fun story. I am not deeply versed in Indigenous Australian law. Interestingly, well, like in Australia, we talk about the dreaming and various things. One of the more interesting thing I discovered is the First Peoples here. When they talk to us, the colonizers, they don't tell us the true stories. They tell us stories. They tell us stories that have meaning. And the dreaming is all about stories. Everything was dreamed into existence and sung into existence. But they don't trust outsiders with the true knowledge. So they tell us stories that have meaning, but they're not the true stories, which I kind of like the idea that they went, kind of don't trust you guys. I'm not going to tell you the true stories. Oh, gosh. But again, there are some super fucking trippy stories to be found out with Indigenous Australians, and some of them are really weird. They seem to have maintained records of interacting with people on boats going back many, many centuries. It's very interesting. No, Safa, I was not taught about frontier wars. I absolutely. Australia tries to pretend the frontier wars didn't happen. For those who don't know, Indigenous Australians resisted the colonisers. The frontier wars continued into the 20th century. There was violent conflict into the 20th century. This is swept under the carpet. You are not taught this in Australian schools. But there was armed resistance between the First Nations and the colonisers. I see some stuff going on about, is there a nation that doesn't have a violent history? No, humans are violent. Humans are violent. There is a weird thing. It's not so much a thing now, but it kind of was. I feel like it was a thing in the 70s and 80s. People who regarded themselves as progressive in Western nations had this noble savage idea, where they talk about, oh no, these ancient peoples were beautiful and pure, and it's like, shut the fuck up. Everyone has a history of violence. Oh, okay. I have not read the book Songlines. I'm aware of the concept of the songlines and in the dreaming where things were sung into existence. They are very interesting stories, and it's funny because you listen to a lot of the dreaming stories. And again, okay, just going to throw out, this is a little bit of trivia. I grew up, people would talk about the dream time, and as if it was a thing in the past. But when you talk to Indigenous Australians, they go, that's not accurate. You should refer to the dreaming, because they believe they have a different conception of time, and they believe it continues to happen. So, but yeah, there's a whole thing with the song lines, and it's the equivalent to like the European concept of ley lines. It's pretty well. Again, it's a mysticism thing that I personally do not believe is literally true, but it's a very interesting story. Oh God, Safa, Putin and Stalin, if they could talk to each other. I think Putin would absolutely fanboy to Stalin. I'm not completely sure how Stalin would react to Putin. So raising Putin's minimal compared to Pasha. I mean, honestly, the brutality of the Soviet era was fucked. So I'm going to recommend this movie I've recommended heaps of times in the past, The Death of Stalin. It's fucking awesome movie. It's deeply rooted. It's like a very dark comedy. It's deeply rooted in the actual history of what happened when Stalin died and the political games and the transition of power. And it's fucking dark because it's just all about the arrests, the tortures, the murders, the terror. It's just fucked. And it can make you feel really bad because you laugh at it. And it's like, oh, I'm laughing at some fucked up shit here. Coverage saying Australian Aboriginals earthbound philosophy. Again, I am not deeply enough versed in the lore of Australia's First Nations, so I will avert saying anything really specific there. Oh God, Chernobyl. The mini series that came out a few years ago, about 4 years, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years ago. Time is fucked. The mini series Chernobyl captured the fuckery of the Soviet era really well. Oh, I say coverage. That was a quote from the book. Okay, cool. And thank you for bringing that into the conversation, by the way, because I was aware of the book and I was aware of the concept of the song lines and whatnot, but I don't know the specifics. So I thank you for bringing it into the conversation. Right. So, okay, this is the weird thing. Stalin got paranoid about doctors, and a bunch of the doctors ended up being killed or sent off to the gulags because Stalin was paranoid that they were fucking with him. It's very weird. Micro. It was actually different. In North America, the indigenous peoples put up a more open, violent resistance to colonization. And so I guess the repression was more openly violent, whereas there was an armed resistance in Australia, but it wasn't as open and widespread as in the US. And the colonizers kind of repressed knowledge and public discussion of the frontier wars. So it was different. They were both bad. They were both very bad. Coverage, fucking Stalin was paranoid about everyone. His closest confidants ended up being people who ended up getting disappeared and being unpersons. Bunch of fucked up shit. Rays. It was complicated because, okay, so, you know, the communist revolution, which was not a bad thing because the Tsarist Russia was fucked and has a really fucked history. But then you get this weird expansionist thing where they took over other Eastern European countries and states by force, and a bunch of fucked up shit happened. I will never defend the USSR, never defend communist China, or fucking communist Vietnam for that matter. But there are a lot of questions to be had about the West as well. And various imperialist European powers over the last several hundred years did all manner of fucked up things. Rays, I'm not good enough at history and geography to remember what ended up being Soviet states. I feel like Latvia was, and I could easily be completely wrong. I feel like Latvia was a part of the USSR eventually, but I could easily be wrong. Hey, you know what? We're on the internet. We can look it up. Was Latvia in Soviet Union? That auto completed. With the liberalization Soviet regime, Latvia. Yeah, okay, so Latvia was in the USSR. Yes. Got full independence from the Soviet Union in 1991. So Latvia was in the USSR. Oh, there you go. Safa knew it was a post-World War II thing. And yeah, look, courage. It's the thing when you get particularly right-wingers want to talk about, oh, communism killed all these people, which it did. If you count the USSR and China, those regimes are responsible for the deaths of millions. But if you're going to be honest, you look at European colonizers across Africa, the Americas, and Asia, they are also directly responsible for the deaths of millions. And it's weird that you get the people who want to criticize communist regimes refuse to put the same scrutiny on the European colonizers, because all through fucking Africa, Asia, the Americas, just millions of people killed. It's fucking nightmarish. It's basically people who seek power tend to be responsible for terrible, terrible things. You should just be super fucking cautious of people who seek power. I love that. That's an awesome phrase, Safa. The West loves to Westwash. They like to pretend that they're not the bad guys, no matter how many million people they killed over the centuries. Even just that again, I'm a really sort of feisty Irish person, my Irish heritage. The British killed millions of Irish. Safa, how Tim Smith am I? Not as Tim Smith as I'm gonna get. About half at the moment, honestly. Still drinking some sody water. Rays, that's a whole thing, whether the dropping of nukes on Japan was warranted, because again, civilian cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it's a complex issue, but it seems pretty fucking dodgy, quite honestly. Hey, Greg, how you doing? Well, that's interesting. You had a colleague with a Soviet birth certificate born in Leningrad, and that's a funny city. It had so many names over the years: St. Petersburg, Leningrad to Stalingrad. And then you had one of the most fucked up bits of World War II outside of the Holocaust, the siege of Stalingrad that killed so many fucking people. Yeah. And there's an interesting film, which I think is not particularly historically accurate, called Enemy at the Gates. The Russians, Soviets had a folk hero sniper who was active in the siege of Stalingrad, and they built this whole folklore around him. He might not have even... Okay, there was a real person they based him on, but the stuff they said might not have been true, because you can never tell with wartime propaganda. Very thing with Hiroshima, not complex. Well, there's a whole thing with what the Japanese Imperial Army was doing, and were they going to surrender, and was it because if they weren't going to surrender and there was going to be a land invasion of the Japanese islands, and how many lives that would cost and whatnot. But again, I am going to fall back to I am not a good enough student of history to validate other things. I do feel like the dropping of the nuclear bombs was pretty fucking bad. Okay, Miss M, you know that movie, Enemy at the Gates. That's an early Jude Law film, if I remember rightly. Funny, I've seen a photo of the actual Soviet soldier that's the character that Jude Law plays. And Jude Law is all sorts of sexy. The actual Soviet soldier that he's playing, ugly as fuck. He's ugly. But it's a very interesting movie as a whole sort of war between the snipers and whatnot. But again, the siege of Stalingrad was just the worst. The siege of Stalingrad is one of the worst things that happened in World War II. And considering how fucked World War II was, that's a real thing to say it was one of the worst things. Thanks, coverage. I try to be, and I also try to be open rather than saying I know everything. And I do have a slight tendency to be a very opinionated know-it-all. And I think I'm flattering myself when I say I only have a slight tendency. I think I have a very strong tendency to be an opinionated know-it-all. I think it's important where I just say, look, I don't know history that well. I don't know geography that well to make a definitive statement. But, there's a vibe. There's a whole vibe. Oh, God. So, yeah. There's a whole thing in the movie Enemy at the Gates, which is basically Soviet propaganda that their sniper was involved in a sniping war with a German marksman. And whether or not that was true is extremely tenuous. But yeah, Enemy at the Gates, I think, is a pretty good movie. Thanks, Micro. I'm a whole vibe. Thank you. Australians who have seen the movie The Castle, which is a great movie, we're getting, yeah, it's a vibe, it's a feeling, it's Marbo. Well, that's a view, Justin. Japanese surrendered because they feared invasion. I think they surrendered because they'd had 2 nukes dropped on them. Call me crazy. I think that was a big reason for their surrender, that they'd had 2 nukes dropped on them. That's it, Raise. The Serenity. How's the Serenity? I'm not familiar with that one, the Zem Creations, Flowers of the Wars. Although I do remember watching, because my young'uns were very into the anime films when they were young. There are 2 just heart-wrenching anime about World War II. One's called Grave of the Fireflies, which I haven't seen. The other one's Barefoot Gen, and there's a sequel to Barefoot Gen, which we did watch. And Barefoot Gen is set in Hiroshima, and where the young protagonist is there when the bomb goes off. And it's dark and bleak, and my young'uns are watching this. Like, they were teens or even pre-teens watching it. This is pretty dark shit. And I felt compelled to say to them, look, I don't think anything in this movie is actually untrue, because it's focusing on the civilians in Hiroshima. But what it is not addressing at all is the Japanese Imperial Army and the absolute atrocities they had been inflicting on Asia for the previous 10 to 20 years. So while it is really true that the civilians had an absolutely horrific time, like just nightmarish, almost beyond belief, this movie completely fails to address what the Japanese Imperial Army had done for the previous 20 years. So that's worth remembering. They were super fucked. Sorry, Rose, I love that. They know what's what if they had to deal with a hot summer seatbelt. And of course, because I grew up, because I'm old, before retractable seatbelts. So it's just a loose hanging seatbelt with a metal buckle. And you just get in and they just fucking get it and burn you and brand you. That shit was nasty. Yeah, Micro, I'm not sure if they had a third one or not, but the implicit threat when the US bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki was definitely, we can keep doing this. And I think that was the main reason for the surrender. Again, Justin, this is not something I'm not well versed enough in the history. So I'm not in a position to say yay or nay to that. So when we seatbelts compulsory, I'm not sure. Sometime in the 70s, I think. You know what? I could do it again. When were seat belts introduced in Australia? Mandatory in Australia. In Australia, front seat belts became compulsory in 69, and belts were required in all seats by 71. That is older than I thought. 1971. That is longer ago than I thought, quite honestly. I thought it would be about 75, 76, but it was 71. That actually surprises me a little. Oh yeah, no, I absolutely. It would be a real bad idea for me to try to go to China. As I was saying earlier, we could strike. There's a oh God, it's disturbing how much of Southeast Asia, East Asia, I can't go to. It'd be a real bad idea for me to try and enter China, Malaysia, Singapore, or Thailand. Quite honestly, possibly also Indonesia. Um, God, and honestly, I'm a little bit iffy about America. Um, I would definitely not take a phone or laptop into America. Oh God, Justin, I've seen people have these things because, of course, all modern cars, and they have for a long time, they have a little alarm that goes ding, ding, ding if you're driving without a seatbelt. In the US, there's these things that are really popular to plug into the seatbelt thing so the ding, ding, ding doesn't go off. And it's going, honestly, you probably kind of deserve to die in a road accident if you're going to be that fucking stupid about seatbelts, quite honestly. Okay, so Iran's having a fuck time. I also worry that's our coming summer, quite honestly. Fortunately, Safa, I was more a YouTube personality like 12 years ago. So less so now. I think I would be less on anyone's. Yeah, I know it's what I don't know, the whole car safety thing is like, because the seatbelts are mandatory in the US, and you can get booked by the cops, the highway patrol, whatever, if you're not wearing a seatbelt. But I never really hear that in discourse. Maybe someone who was in the US could correct me. But I'm just thinking of, in terms of online and media discourse, I never hear much talk about seatbelts in America, although I know some weirdo right wingers who like, you're not the boss of me. They buy these things to plug into the seatbelt thing so it won't make the ding 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 noise when they drive. There might be no helmet stuff in some parts of the US. I know helmets have been mandatory for motorcyclists in Australia since the 70s. Yeah, Micro, there's a whole thing with the searching the cars. And it's very funny in the US. You get the sovereign citizen types who believe they can refuse to let the cops search their cars. And I think the laws vary state to state. Yeah, Micro, I don't think many people do the seatbelt plugs, but I've seen them advertised online. And I've seen fucking nutcases promoting them. I don't think they're really widespread because I think most people are just sensible and go, yeah, seatbelts save lives. But the helmet thing is a whole other thing. I think bike helmets have been mandatory in. Oh, do you mean push bike helmets? When did motorcycle helmets become compulsory? 73. Okay. When did bicycle helmets become popular? 1990. So motorcycle helmets have been mandatory since 73. Bicycle helmets have been mandatory since 1990. There you go. Oh, phones. Oh, here's a fun thing. In Australia, they've upgraded some of the surveillance cameras, like the red light cameras and stuff, that they actually look into the car. And there's an AI in that analyzes if the person's got their phone out, and you get a massive fucking fine for having your phone out in your car. Technically, in Australia, a cop could bust you for changing radio stations while you're driving. I'm not sure if that would stick in court if you challenged it, but technically they could actually book you. Oh no, micro. If you touch the phone while you're driving, they can technically book you. But it's a much bigger thing if you're holding it in your hand. And there's been lots of examples of it. These cameras catching people with their phone in their hand or in their lap. You get a massive fucking fine. And I think I need to take another wee break. Was it 10:30? What's wrong with me? You can take a second. Okay, maybe I should bring back. Should I bring back the man? How did that happen? Wait, is it still here? No, it's still here. Okay. Should I put the AIDSy zombie video on or just play some elevator music when I go wee-wees? Yeah, I mean, in again, any car from about the last 10 years, the vast majority of them controls for your radio on the steering wheel, and you can change channels and whatnot. But technically, it's like if you're operating anything while you're driving, the cops can book you. I think some things are more tenuous than others, but it is technically true. A cop could pull you over just for changing stations on your radio, if you're like reaching over to do it. Depends what mood they're in and what they want to do, but yeah, it's a whole thing. All right, maybe I'll put the AIDSy Apocalypse video back on. While I do this, okay, so we don't need me. And we'll full screen this. And I'll be back in a minute. All right, I'm pausing him there. That's enough, Hazy. Oof. Okay, honestly, goddamn, I pissed so much then. I feel like that was like more than a liter. I should have weighed myself before and after pissing. I think I would have lost like a kilo. That was just, my God. My God, that was full on. Okay. Oofed. Okay, this might. Oh. This might be a dangerous thing. I have another old fashioned. I'm going to use this honey barrel, which is a honey spirit. This is basically like distilled honey. That's then barrel aged. It's fucking 50% alcohol. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, Ray's doing it again in the mornings. Sometimes in the mornings, my body just goes, "Yep, we're going to poop heaps," and I'm like, "Cool." I'm going to weigh myself after I poop. That's got to make me feel better, maybe. So I'm going to make an old fashioned. Actually, I'll make an old fashioned with this. I'll do the syrup first. Where's my syrup? Here. Do. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Yeah, I think we all agree that there's some science between, measuring when you ablute, the sort of weight loss involved in doing it. All right. The honey liqueur. It's not liqueur, it's spirit. Oh God, I've spilt some very sticky syrup there. Oh well, fuck. Put this here. Maybe I'll just do extra. Do a dash of extra bitters. Alright. So, my barrel-aged honey spirit old-fashioned. Let's twist again. Like we did last summer. Let's twist again like we didn't do in Moscow. Okay, there was a little reference that got stuck in my head. I'm probably the only one old enough to get it. Comedy series from the 80s called The Young Ones. These young uni students and their landlord was a Russian called Jerzy Bolovsky, who is maybe on the run from the KGB. He's trying to pretend he's not Russian because the KGB were after him, while he's obviously extremely Russian. So yeah, it's it's kind of disappointing sometimes. And we were talking about this whole, I was saying it as a joke about, weighing yourself after evacuating. I literally do it like in the mornings of like, just do it like a massive shit when you first wake up. It's like, then weigh myself and go, oh, I'm disappointed. The number's not lower than that. I feel like I lost a significant portion of my body weight just there. And it's disappointing that the scales aren't reflecting that. Oh, well. Anyway. Old-fashioned toothfinish. So what have I had? I've had 2 martinis. And if I'm honest, the first, my freezer martini pour was a bit of a heavy pour. That kind of counts as 2 martinis. So maybe 3 martinis, 2 old-fashions. Oh, fuck yeah. Micro, that's a fun thing about our sense of time and whatnot. Yes, if you stay healthy, you might be alive at the 100th anniversary of the Beatles being. I was watching a video on YouTube today on Anthony Padilla's channel, and you have to be old school to remember Anthony Padilla was half of Smosh, who were the first very big stars on YouTube when they were teenagers. And he seems to have held himself together, and he interviews some very big name YouTubers on his current channel. And I watched a bit of that, and particularly he had an interview with Vsauce, Michael from Vsauce. And one of the things they talked about is this sense of time. Like sometimes a thought might drop into your head. You're on a road that's been there for 50 years, and you just go like, oh my God, yeah, 50 years ago, completely different people were driving on here and they had no knowledge of me. And you start to think about your place in time and whatnot. Like, yeah, I live in a world that knew the Beatles. And you think of the major events you've lived through, the major celebrities that you've seen and whatnot. And you can imagine in the future, people going, whoa, that would have been friggin' awesome to be around when, those bands were playing, those celebrities were making movies, and all that shit. It's our relationship to time and place is very interesting, I think. Oh, God, that's so fucking good. Again, my syrup is just fucking wicked. I'm probably going to make another liqueur of that because I made a big batch of that recently. Well, see, Ray, I think that's a subjective thing. I think the Beatles were incredible. I think Queen were great. But in terms of the relative meaning of them, it is relative. There are, of course, a large number of people who hate the Beatles, who hate Queen. I think those people are wrong, but they exist. Oh, Micro. God, you fucking touch something with me, the man. Go to old places, touch things, and imagine who else could have been doing it. One of the times I was in England with Mrs. Angry, we were, what's the port? I'm going to search this. English port with replica of Nelson's ship. It's not Plymouth. Yeah, where's the Victory? Portsmouth. Because part of where Mrs. Angry grew up was Portsmouth. And we visited there. There's a replica of Nelson's ship Victory. And when we were walking, at one point, just walking down to the docks, the steps were obviously incredibly old. They were really worn. They'd been worn by footsteps. They were obviously hundreds of years old. And just as we were walking down them, I was like, because we were walking down to the docks, and I was like, this could be the steps Nelson walked down on his way to the Battle of Trafalgar. And that just fucking blew my mind, did my head in, just going, oh my God, what was this? This literally, I could be literally walking in Nelson's footsteps as he was heading off to the Battle of Trafalgar. Another one went to some little town where they had a cathedral that was actually used as a set in the Harry Potter movies, but you had to pay to go into that. But it was a nice little town, and like everything in it was fucking hundreds of years old. But there was a smaller church. It was a Catholic church, and you could go in there, and I was checking out, and there's some people in there, and they were from like the local historical society, and I had a chat to them. And so it's an old stone church, and it's so fucking old. And there were some columns in it that had all these sort of like divots in it, like chips knocked out of it. And they said, yeah, that was Henry VIII's men, because this is a Catholic church. And there was a period like, where Henry VIII sort of made Catholicism illegal. And so these thugs who were like Henry loyalists, it's like they came in and they thought they were going to fuck the church up, and they attacked these stone columns with swords. And of course, it's going to be a real struggle to do damage to massive stone columns with a sword. But there are these fucking chips all the way down it, and that was done by Henry VIII loyalists. And I was just standing like, again, as an Australian, where, white settlement, 200 years old, and there are only physical things. There's hardly any physical things that are more than 100 years old. And just doing this thing it's like so old, and it's from such a momentous period of British history. It was doing my head in that I'm just standing here looking at it. And I was like, God damn. But it's the same deal. Like, you get people in towns, they're going to the pub and they're just taking for granted the pub's been there since the 1500s. But as an Australian, you go there and it's this old stone pub, and you see there's a stone above the hearth that says, 1572. And you're like, what the fuck? Has this place been here since 1572? And they just go, yeah. And you're like, what the fuck? How is this not a museum? How is this just the fucking pub you guys come to? Jesus Christ. And yeah, no, Safa, I periodically, time's too big. And I think people from really old cultures, whether it's Japan, Africa, Europe, or Indigenous Australia, for instance, it's people who are part of a continuous culture. It does the head in less. But as a white Australian, I grew up only understanding things that had been put in place by the colonizers since 1788. And so anything outside of that is trippy as fuck. And that includes sites in Australia where there's the evidence of the first inhabitants having been there for between 40 and 80,000 years. It's just like, fucking hell. Oh, yeah. And again, we kind of think of dinosaurs all being one thing, but we are closer. I think the thing is, we are closer to the time of the T-Rex than the T-Rex was to the Stegosaurus. It's an epoch of millions of years. And there is a whole bunch of things you can be told about. We're closer to this than to, and it's just like, oh my God, I don't understand time. I don't understand time. It's so fucking weird. It is so fucking weird. Micro, thanks for dropping in, dude. Oh, dude, yeah, there's a fair chance I'm going to be on for a few hours. Who the fuck knows? But you do what you got to do, bro. And yeah, although there's been white settlement in the US for 100, 200 years longer than Australia. But yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Jurassic Park is hilariously wrong. Because I don't think even T-Rexes were the Jurassic era. But, Jurassic Park's just a fun fantasy. And that's all it is. It's a fantasy. All right, that's the cartoons I was doing. Oh, gosh. Okay. I don't think Abigail would mind me sharing this. But, oh, God, I just did the wrong thing. What am I doing? So Dr. Abigail's actually been checked in, and fortunately, Jake the Drake, her emotional support duck, is keeping her company. I am so fucking glad she went in there, honestly. Hey, Lobster on Twitch, how you doing? Yes, I use that line all the time. Jeff Goldblum says that in Jurassic Park. You scientists were so obsessed with whether or not you could do something, you never considered if you should do something. I use that line all the time. Oh, Heine, nice bit of trivia. Jurassic period named after the Jura region in Switzerland. Yep. Also, having been an old school anarchist, there are some. Oh, Dr. Abigail was just feeling extremely unwell and a gallbladder and feeling bloated. And she didn't want to go to hospital. And I said, but you should. And she did. And they've obviously checked her in. I'm hoping it's just for observation. Maybe she's there for observation for the evening and they can do it. I am super glad she went there. Because just this thing of no, I don't want to go there, and I'm thinking AIDSy when I say that, but I'm so glad she went there. Yes, Ray's all of us in the chat tried to convince her to go and get checked out. Sending her a little note. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Dr. Abigail has a couple of chronic conditions, so when she feels really bad, she thinks, "Oh, maybe I should just soldier through." So I'm glad she ended up listening to us and going in. And but yeah, again, as I said, I hope they just keep her under observation, and they go, "Yeah, you're okay," and she gets to go home. So, but I've tried hard to do this with myself as well. Like in the last year or in the last 6 months, I've had a couple weird things happening to my body, and so I've gone the whole way. I've gone into a GP and said, "Hey, this thing happened, and I'm concerned about it." So in the last 6 months, I've had a lot of blood tests, ultrasounds, and whatnot, and it's identified the things that were causing me a problem. It's ruled out more serious things. So I think guys in particular are notorious for refusing to seek medical advice when they feel bleh. And so I try not to be that guy. So when I've had various weird things happen in the last 6 months, I've gone and seen a GP and he's going, "Oh, okay, let's do this. Let's do these blood tests. Let's do this. Let's get an ultrasound." And it ruled out a bunch of extremely bad things and just said, "Oh, it's this. So I'll prescribe you this to deal with it." Because I don't want to be that guy who fucking dies because he wouldn't go to a doctor about a problem. Man, that drink fucking kicks ass. So you got to drink. I've got to decide. I've got my spiced orange ginger ale. Whether I just have that as a non-alcoholic beverage, I use it as a mix. I'm probably going to use it as a mixer, quite honestly. Because it's party night. It's party night. And I've been vaguely responsible mixing up non-alcoholic soda water drinks with my alcoholic drinks. I don't know. What are we? Come here. 11. I'm fine. Oh, Lobster. This stuff's fucking awesome. It's a really good mixer with gin. It's a really good mixer with rum. Honestly, it's probably good with whiskey too. But I'm gonna mix that. I've got a cherry gin over there. I'm gonna mix it with. Yeah, Rays, guys, we're meant to be tough. You don't go to the doctor. You just tough it out. I love Rays. You're going like you're real glad you're not a man by these. Yeah, neither am I. Oh gosh, Heine, you've just gone down a hole with the Wikipedia. Yeah, Wikipedia will do that to you, man. Lobster, big fan of Crispin, a cider drink. Nice. There is a cider. Is it a brewery? I suppose cider's a brewed drink. Sometimes they call it a cidery, but there's a place that makes cider that's, I don't know, like about an hour from me, not that far away. Is one of my favorite ciders. They call it Flying Brick. It's really nice. Oh gosh, yeah, dude, Rays, dudes who overcompensate for their insecurities. It's a whole fucking thing. It's cringe as fuck. Ah, Heine, you've been strong. You closed your Wikipedia tab. That's an effort of willpower, man. Just like, oh no, I'm going down. I've gone down a Wikipedia hole. No, it's the whole thing. Yum, that's fucking nice. I introduced you to the term circle jerk. Yeah, no, the origin of the term, and it's not a fucking thing I ever went to, whether it's folklore or whatever. It's adolescent males getting together and being in, like, forming a circle and jerking off, and it's like a competition of the last one to come from jerking off losers, or I don't know. There's a whole weird fucked up thing. I don't know what it is. Like soggy sayo with Boy Scouts. I don't know. It's all kinds of fucked up. But lobster. I don't think I have any. There might be some cider in the fridge actually. I don't think there is though. But I have some apple brandy, which is really fucking good actually. Oh yeah, no, Rays. You don't want a lot of specific education about circle jerking because it's very unsettling. It is extremely unsettling. It's real fucking weird, in my personal opinion. So, oh man, that's so fucking yummy. I have to look if Archie Rose still have the underground. I mean, this is still 2/3 full, 3/4 full. So I'm not going to go through it in a hurry. This stuff's fucking awesome. So, yeah, Lobster, all sorts of weird shit's going to be discussed here, quite honestly. And also, for your info, because you're watching on Twitch, most people are actually watching via YouTube. I use a site called StreamYard to restream. So I'm simultaneously streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Most people watch on YouTube. Some people watch on Twitch. Some people watch on Facebook. Just so you know who the fuck I'm talking to, because you don't see other people on Twitch. So this is from Sydney Distillery, Archie Rose. They actually have beehives on the roof of their distillery, and they made a spirit based around the honey they harvested from those beehives, which they called Eau de Bee, which is in tribute to the old European spirit Eau de Vie, the water of life. And then they barrel aged some of that honey spirit. Moscatel's a wine, I think. They say it's got notes of golden syrup, buttered toast, vanilla pudding, and Cheerville. I don't know what the fuck Cheerville is. Okay, now I want to have a little taste of this just by itself. I made an old-fashioned with it, which was fucking kick-ass. Just a teeny taste of it by itself. Yes. So, Lobster, I was letting you know, just so you know, and also just so I don't appear completely crazy talking to people you can't see. All right. A little taste of this just by itself. God, it's got an almost whiskey-ish taste just by itself. I definitely like it as an old-fashioned as opposed to drinking it straight. It's pretty good, though. I rarely drink spirits straight. I normally only drink them to get straight to get a comparative taste. I always put them in cocktails. Oh, God, now I'm torn between, like, being fucking responsible and drinking something non-alcoholic again. What are we? 11 o'clock. Okay, I might do this. I'm going to do this with, I'm going to have the cherry gin, I think. Also, Lobster, I don't know how often you've been here on the stream. What's the thing? The bar over there. That's just the spirits. I have probably the same amount of liqueurs in the cupboard there. All right. Ray says responsibility is bullshit. Go for gold. Okay, I'm going to get the cherry gin. I've got chocolate cherry gin and cherry gin. I think I'm just going to go cherry gin. Dun, dun, dun. I've got so many things. Okay. The Anther Distillery out in Geelong, which is, I suppose, about an hour away from me. Lovely people. Their head distiller is a scientist. I love so many of the Australian distillers. It's like their head distiller is a scientist. Like they do an advanced science degree. And they're like, man, there's no jobs in science, but I understand the fuck out of distilling now. I'm going to be a distiller. I understand the science of distilling. All right. So I have had a little visit to the Anther Distillery. It was a little while ago. Lovely people. All right. So their actual suggested serve for the cherry gin. No, it was for their chocolate gin, actually. Was this ginger ale. Okay. That's interesting, Lobster. You're not much of a wine guy. But then you had a blueberry wine. My other half, Mrs. Angry, she actually made homemade wines for ages. I think she made a blueberry wine, actually, which is not bad. All right, so put that in and then put in the cherry gin. And a little bit more of the ginger ale. All right. Cherry gin, ginger ale. Oh, God. Sorry, Ray, you're bringing up Buckfast. That's like isn't that like a fortified wine combined with fucking caffeine or something? Made by insane Scottish monks? I don't know. Oh my God, that's so yummy. That's so funny. And the disturbing thing is that doesn't taste like alcohol. What's the ABV on this? 29%? Okay, so it's not that high. Where is my phone? I'm just going to get shed a bit more light on this so I make sure. Yeah, 29%. Okay. So it's not that high alcohol. So this deep red cherry gin, 29% alcohol. And I mixed it with the spiced orange ginger ale, and it's fucking awesome. Oh, fuck me, that's good. That's really nice, and disturbingly doesn't taste like alcohol. But it is alcohol, so I have to remember that. That's it. Is that their official advertising, Rays? Buckfast, made by monks, drunk by punks. If it's not their official marketing, it should be. I've never had Buckfast, but it has quite the reputation. Yeah. What's fun is this distillery, like I said, which is like about an hour away from me. They make this cherry gin every year when the cherry harvest comes in. Apparently they get all their friends and family in there, and they have a whole thing where they've got like a shit ton of cherries, and they have this day where they're all just pitting the cherries and putting them in. And of course, so cherry juice gets everywhere. And they did describe it to me as looking like a murder scene, just with the cherry juice looks like blood has been sprayed everywhere. And they make their cherry gin. And they've got, see, this thing here is the relative flavors. I'll explain it to you. Around the little dial, it's got the flavors of cherry, juniper, because, of course, to be gin, it has to be based around juniper. Finger lime, angelica, nutmeg, coriander, artemisia, and eucalyptus. So it's most cherry, then juniper, then finger lime, which is an Australian native fruit, then angelica, which is a European thing, nutmeg, coriander, artemisia, and a little bit of eucalyptus. They describe it as curiosity bottled, and the cherry gin is possible thanks to friends who helped handpick 70,000 cherries. Oh, this is the 2022 harvest. It'll be a while before I get through it. I swear to God, when I finish getting through it, I'll get some more. Because like a year or two ago, this same distillery put out a limited chocolate gin, where the suggested serve was the chocolate gin with this spiced orange ginger ale. And when I finished it, I was really disappointed to learn they weren't making it anymore. And I'm like, oh, it's all gone. And then they put out, because I was on their mailing list, they said, oh, we're doing the cherry, a mix of the cherry gin with chocolate. And I went, well, fuck me, I'm getting that, which I did, which I could have done here, but I just went with the cherry gin. So I have their cherry and chocolate gin and just the cherry gin. They're both really good. So, Rays, what are you saying? Oh, okay. Buckfast will fuck you up. Loaded with sugar. That's right. It's loaded with caffeine. Yeah. You're going to get some for me when you get back? I'm not sure if you can get Buckfast in Australia. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, Buckfast is a whole thing. Oh, Safa, pomegranate cocktails. You can get a pomegranate liqueur, and also there's a syrup known as grenadine, which is a pomegranate syrup, which is great, and I make it sometimes. I've got a fucking shit ton of syrups in the fridge. I think, what do I got in the fridge? I've got a raw sugar syrup. I've got my spiced apple brown sugar syrup. I've got a passion fruit syrup. I've got a fruity syrup that was made from fruity beer. I've basically got a shit ton of syrups in the fridge at the moment. I don't think I actually have a pomegranate syrup, aka grenadine, at the moment. But also, my favorite cherries. I've got a jar that's there's no cherries in it. It's the leftover syrup, which is again a really good syrup for cocktails. So I've got probably half a dozen syrups at the moment, and I don't go through them in a hurry, which is why I was thinking of making a liqueur with one of the syrups, just to use up some of the syrup, basically. All right. Oh my god, that's so fucking yummy. Oh, okay. So, Rays, are you saying you use buckfast in cooking? Which I fucking love the idea, man. Honestly, okay. So I did a thing a little while ago where I made a milk clarified Bloody Mary, where I clarified some tomato juice to make a clarified Bloody Mary, which is actually pretty good. It tasted like cold soup. It was slightly spiced tomato soup and with alcohol in it, and it was pretty yummy. But again, supermarket, the cheapest thing was to buy a big fucking thing of tomato juice. I'm thinking this weekend I might actually use that to make a pasta sauce, because I got this fucking shit ton of tomato juice. So I might reduce it down with some herbs and spices and whatnot and make a really nice pasta sauce out of it. But I need to reduce it by at least half. The whole thing. But honestly, my clarified Bloody Mary was pretty good. It tasted like a cold, sort of slightly spicy tomato soup, but it was quite alcoholic as well. So yeah, all right. It's a good thing. Oh, so you use, are you saying you use buckfast cooking kangaroo? Yeah, slow cook. Okay. Mrs. Angry really likes kangaroo meat. I have not really tried kangaroo meat for a while. When I've tried it in the past, I thought it was very gamey, very strong flavor, very like, because kangaroo meat is so red. It's like, it's really low fat and very strong flavor. And I have not had it for quite a while. Maybe I should try it again. Mrs. Angry's into it. Oh, sorry, Lobster. Are we freaking you out with kangaroo meat? No, in in most supermarkets in Australia, you can get kangaroo meat. No, and again, it's a thing you're not aware of. You don't. The fact that you haven't been educated is don't worry about it. Kangaroo meat is extremely lean, extremely red, and tastes gamey, kind of like deer or something. It's like game meat. If you want a real fucking exploration, you go to the Northern Territory, and yeah, no, your mind's blown. Most supermarkets in Australia will have kangaroo meat, but if you go to the Northern Territory, which is Crocodile Dundee territory, and I have been and went the holiday, you will be able to get kangaroos are given. You'll get emu meat, and this is in both restaurants and fucking food trucks and whatnot. You get emu meat, crocodile, water buffalo, camel. I feel like there's even more. And it was a long time ago. I went on holiday up there, and I made a point of eating all of them. I didn't particularly like any of them, but I made a point of eating all of them. But yeah, no, Mrs. Angry really likes kangaroo meat. Hey, Rabbit Gam fan. Kangaroos, they're basically Australian. Yeah, no. Yeah, and they can kick you hard, but also kangaroo meat is actually quite similar to deer meat. It's very gamey. It's very red. It's very lean. It's got a very strong flavor. Oh, okay. So Lobster, you might not know the Discord. I will. This is my Discord. I will. I haven't posted the Discord link in a little while. This is completely optional. You don't have to join the Discord, but this is my Discord. Oh, Lobster, I love that you love learning this stuff. But you know, Mrs. Angry and my other half, she regularly cooks stuff with kangaroo meat, either kangaroo sausages or kangaroo patties or kangaroo steak, all these things. So, yeah, the more exotic meats are slightly less common, but a lot of Australian supermarkets will have kangaroo meat. But fucking, the Northern Territory is the Wild West. The Northern Territory is our Texas. Yeah, Lobster joined the Discord. Nice. Nice. Micros at Burger King. Yeah, there's a whole complicated story about Hungry Jack's v Burger King in Australia. Oh, I didn't know that. Rays, our Red Rooster is the equivalent to Red Robin. Lobster, you're in North Carolina. Holy shit. Rays is going to go to the US. And Rays, are you going to be in North or South Carolina when you go there? Rays is currently in Western Australia, but he is going to the US, going to be in the Carolinas. Megalich, you have some kangaroo in your freezer. I think Mrs. Angry has some kangaroo in our fridge or freezer here. Yeah, okay. Race is moving to North Carolina. No, wild. New friend. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. The coincidence of all the 50 states, Lobster, that you're in North Carolina and Ray's an Aussie is going to move to North Carolina. Yeah. Oh my God, that's so fucking nice. I also have to be slightly careful because it doesn't taste like alcohol. And I need to just have sips rather than to go, because if I go, I am going to fucking fall over. I know, Lobster. What are the fucking odds? Honestly. I know. I love it when we bring people together. It's all fucking good. Micro is in New York State. Oh no, Southerners. The fuck? Yeah, fucking talk Southern stuff. Hell yes. Hell to the fucking yes. I tell you what, I love both Southern cuisine and Southern drink culture. Oh, sorry, I'm probably thinking more about New Orleans, Louisiana, being a cocktail freak. A lot of my favorite cocktails come from the New Orleans scene, which is in Deep South, Cajun stuff. But I also love, yeah, and I know there's a spectrum of barbecue in the US. It's kind of like saying Chinese food and thinking that's one thing, but China is a huge fucking country with different cuisines across the whole landmass. And I know there are very different styles of barbecue across the US as well. But so this is all fun. This is fucking fun. I am loving it. Yeah, suffer invasion of the US people. Well, there's two people in the US, and Razor's going to go to the US, so it's a whole thing. So again, Micro, you're just asking. I don't know. I am almost completely ignorant about the Carolinas. Oh yeah, no, New Orleans. And you okay? I love that you've latched on to the way I'm saying it. I'm trying to be a local, saying New Orleans rather than New Orleans. I've known enough people from that area to say New Orleans. But I swear to fucking God, New Orleans cocktails. Oh my God, it's making me want to make a Sazerac. or a fucking Vieux Carré. I swear to God, I might. I fucking might. Although I've still got a bit of this to drink. So I love the boozy as fuck Norland style cocktails. So Rays, when you're going to move up near Elkin, try some Aussie foods if you want. Oh, you're going to do a Halloween thing again. I've already said earlier, I've been in the US during Halloween and I fucking love it. Ms. M, you want me to make a new martini? Where is it? Okay. This is my freezer martini. This is what we call an infinity martini, in as much as when I drink it down a little, I top it up again. This has been going for like 2 years. I drink it down a bit and then I'll top it up with more. So this has the ghosts of, I don't know, a couple dozen gins and I don't know, half a dozen to 10 vermouths in it. Oh my God, it's wild. you're gonna be sexy Trump next Halloween. I fucking love it. So yeah, Museum Creations. I have been keeping this going all through COVID, like more than 2 years probably. I made a video before the stream where I love it. I literally keep it in the freezer. So it's been out. What is now? It's now 11 now. God, it's been out of the freezer for about 4 hours now. But I love keeping it in the freezer because it's such high alcohol content. It won't freeze solid. But when you pour it, it's just a bit sort of viscous. And yeah, it's probably got the ghosts of a couple dozen gins in it. So Lobster, you're a bit familiar with Elkin. Out in the sticks, beautiful in winter. So apparently, Ray's is just going to fucking move out into the sticks in South Carolina. North Carolina, whichever Carolina we said it was. I don't know, man. I can't keep up. So yeah, Museum Creations. I've been having martini week this week, making a bunch of martini variants for my cocktail channel because it's kind of like last weekend was World Gin Day and this weekend to Monday is Martini Day. So I've just been making gin martini variants all week. And I made a couple tonight, which I will edit and put up on my cocktail channel, which is not this. This is my original channel. My cocktail channel is something I started during COVID. Oh my God, that's so fucking yummy. Just that combination of ginger ale and cherry gin. So fucking yummy. All right, we're talking North Carolina. Good. Okay, good. So, Rage, you're going to be near Charlotte? Okay, neat. Okay, this is also, not that it was the Carolinas, the Netflix series Ozark, which I really liked. It was a great series. How many? 4 seasons. Really good show. Jason Bateman was in it. Just trying to remember which specific state. Which state is Ozark in? Missouri. Okay. So the Netflix series Ozark is set in Missouri. It's a really good show. If you've never watched it, it's 4 seasons of it on Netflix. It's really good. Ms. M, you're thinking emotes with martini. That's again, it's trying to equate to you because I'm not doing Netflix natively. So the whole thing with emotes on Netflix is a bit out there for me. We can do it in the future. I'm going to go to New York City to join the stream. Oh, holy shit. If you, dude, it doesn't have to be New York City, anywhere. If you want to be on like on a mobile phone and stream where you are, I'd fucking love that because we've had that a few times. So I'm saying where you are, streets don't follow a typical grid. Oh man, where I am, Melbourne, our CBD is a fucking grid. It's just a square grid. Sydney, not a grid at all. I'm not in the CBD. I'm out in the suburbs, so it is kind of a grid here, but not so. The Melbourne CBD, Central Business District, is a fucking grid. Oh, we're talking about Cherokee. You love that? Okay. Don't go to Santa's land. It's where amusement park rides are going to die. I fucking love that we're sharing all this stuff. It's so fucking cool. Museum, make a channel for reviews. Again, see, honestly, Museum Creations, you're so much more switched on than me, quite honestly. God damn. So, Micro, you're saying there's Albany, Troy, be cool. Troy has 1800s. Nice. Melbourne and Sydney, walk in the park. Charlotte's very different. Okay, cool. Okay, so Lobster, you're saying you took your daughter to Santa's land a few years ago. I love that. I have no idea what that is, and I'm never going to be there, but you're telling me about it. Fucking awesome. This is fucking awesome, quite honestly. Strictly Sega, hello, how you doing? We are having some wild as fuck conversations tonight. It's all good. Oh my god, that's so fucking yummy. You're just going to jump on your PC. Nice. So, Micro, you're saying Troy and Albany have streets with the original cobblestone. Nice. I was driving. Okay. One of the weirdest features, which is still in a whole bunch of the older suburbs in Melbourne, is like these blue cobble laneways behind houses. And what it was, in a lot of the 20th century, the houses did not actually have sewerage. They did not have central plumbing, anything. The toilets and stuff, you were shitting into, you had a toilet out the back of your house and you were shitting into a big fucking container and you would put that out in the back alley to be picked up by what was known as the night soil men. So in these sort of blue stone cobble laneways would just be these big fucking buckets of shit and piss, which these trucks would come through and pick up and dump in the back. There is a really fun crime movie with Brian Brown in it called Dirty Deeds, where they end up, it's set in about the 1930s, where this night soil thing was still a thing, and the Crims are having a car chase, and they go through these back laneways, and they hit the night soil. They hit these big plastic things of shit, and so shit flies everywhere. There are a whole bunch of suburbs. Yes, Rays, Williamstown still has them. There are a whole bunch of suburbs that still have these back alleys where the whole reason for them to exist was for a truck to come along and pick up the night soil, aka the shit and piss from the toilets that weren't connected to sewage. Slopestyle, they're going through New York, seeing the Ghostbusters firehouse. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Micro saying most people are surprised New York is in a big city. Yeah, there's a lot of diversity there. Not a fan of Jersey. Jersey does have a reputation. Even I'm aware of the reputation of Jersey. So Strictly say, you're good, back from work, fell asleep, woke up, thought it was an hour later. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But yeah. The whole thing with the back alleys in some of the Melbourne suburbs, which were designed for the night soil carts to come and pick up the night soil. As I feel confident we don't have anyone, whoever comes onto the stream is from Jersey, I think we can comfortably shit talk Jersey. It's got such a bad as Ray says, New Jersey. Can't even buy alcohol at a gas station. Everything's like again the weird fucking vagaries of liquor licensing in the US does my head in. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's sort of more liberal and more open than in Australia, but then there's a whole bunch of stuff that's weird and restrictive in a way we don't have restrictions in Australia. It's very weird. Raze, do you actually want to join? I'll fucking do the link, man. It's party night, man. So yeah. All right, I'll just throw it out. No pressure. But that's the link. If anyone feels like joining the stream. Can't buy alcohol before noon on Sunday. Yeah, we used to have a whole bunch of really weird restrictive rules around alcohol in Australia. And some places still have them, but broadly we don't have them anymore. With the thing where alcohol couldn't be served after 6 p.m. in pubs, and in the early to mid 20th century, and it resulted in what was called the 6 o'clock swill, where people just fucking charge the bar in the lead up to 6 o'clock. Speaking of 6 o'clock,
what are you doing?
Party.
It's been a long time.
It has. It actually has been a long time. Again, for anyone who knows the old Angry Aussie channel, God, how long ago were you actually in a video on my channel? Was it 10, 12 years ago?
I got raided like, fuck, that would have been 2008.
I know.
So
it was
before that.
Long goddamn time ago. What is that huge fucking bottle you're drinking out of?
The goods.
It's just like a huge fucking bottle.
I just got back from America. I gotta replace this shit in my gut somehow. Like, kombucha's the only way you're gonna do it, you know?
Oh, yes. Micro deep heat is like Ben Gay. It's a thing. It's a gel thing you rub in that's
it's Tiger
like
Balm, basically.
Penetrate. It's Tiger Balm. Yeah, it's Ben Gay or Tiger Balm. It's basically that. Yeah. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, no. So since we're going to talk shit about New Jersey, man, fuck that devil.
I know. I don't think there's anybody who's going to stop us from talking shit about New Jersey.
Yeah, they got a shit devil, honestly.
Okay, Big Pat's joining us. I thought you were skulking about this somewhere, brother.
Yeah, man.
I know. He's the silent. He's the ninja. He's just always there.
You know I'm drunk. I don't
Love
know
you,
that.
man. Love you. Oh God, Micro. Yeah, no, that's your favorite lube. If you're using Deep Heat, Bengay, or whatever as lube, that's who dares win stuff right there. That's
Yeah, no, it would have been what you were living in St Kilda. I know that because I remember you used to ride the bike.
Yeah, I actually moved a bit further out into the burbs, but yeah, I lived in East St Kilda for quite a while. Yeah,
I lived out there for a little bit. And I'd never go back. That place is off its fucking head. You see some shit living in St Kilda, man.
No, it's a whole thing. St Kilda. I moved a bit further out. This is so cold. Like, quiet. All my neighbors are like really old. Makes me feel young with how old all my neighbors are. Like I remember, we did a stream. It was a few years ago. AZ and Boss of the House were here, and we were imbibing a whole spectrum of things that we don't want to discuss with law enforcement. But I finished. We finished the stream, and it was like 2 or 3 a.m. and we were not asleep. Let's just put it like that. We've gotten to 2 or 3 a.m. and we're not sleepy. And I said, there's a really cool park and playground just over here. We should amuse ourselves by walking over there. And we did that. And we're walking through a few streets. And because AZ and Boss of the House were in like Northcote, which is also a fairly loud happening neighborhood. And we're walking through these streets and they were going, this place is so fucking quiet. Why is there no noise here? Man, all my neighbors are really old and they all went to bed hours ago.
He's not bad for it. I remember him being loud as fuck just on the live feed. Like, you'd get a little bit later on and it'd just be...
No, AZ was a madman. But what was funny is we did make it to this park that had all this... And there were some other people there, as in adult people, at like 3 a.m. to hang out in the park. And we're like, yep, we're all here for the same reason.
God, that was the thing about Melbourne, man. You could fucking go out one night, miss the train, and then you weren't getting out of there till like 6 a.m., 7 a.m.
I think Pat's causing an echo. That's okay. We're all good. Oh, sorry. I just saw what you did when you signed in. You put as the subsequent thing. Once used DP for loop.
Yeah, that's the good shit, man. This is what it's like to chew 5 gum.
Yeah, it's all good. But yes, it's Micro knows what we're talking about. Tiger balm and butthole.
Yeah, man. I actually fucked up once and wiped with that on my finger.
My favorite thing is even not that, but it's like if you're using it as deep heat and then you absent-mindedly wipe your eye or something.
Yeah, no, that's not good. That's not a fun
I remember ages ago I was in a big shared house and it's like someone's cooking in the kitchen and he was chopping up fresh chilies and he just kind of laughed and he's just going like, you just have to remember if you're chopping up chilies, like don't wipe your eyes. And like 10 minutes later, I saw him staggering up the hallway towards the bathroom because he wants to flush his eyes out. And he's just blindly bumping into walls going, because he forgot and he'd been chopping up fresh chilies and then he wiped his eyes and he's like fucking blind and he's staggering up the hallway towards the bathroom to like flush his eyes out with water. It's like, oh my god.
God damn. Yeah, no, back on that video you did, that was a long time ago. That we were just talking about the graffiti one. I actually ran into one of them when I was back last. I ran into one of the 70k lads.
Yes.
It was the weirdest thing. Last time I seen him, he was like, he was definitely on substances. You know what I mean? The next time I see him, it's what, 10 years later, 11 years later or something. Dude's cross-dressing and I'm just like, all right, there's the change. That caught me.
There you go. They've found out something about themselves, and
I fucked up a lot of people around us so that were with us because he's been in prison. So like, what's the first thing I say? What the fuck happened to you in prison, man? Like,
holy shit, that's a story. There's a whole story in there.
Yeah, man. They ran off to Europe. They had to get extradited back from Europe. Like they fled the country.
Pat, I
So
don't know
that'll be
what
clever.
you're doing, but you're creating a huge amount of echo when you switch your microphone on, which is why I keep muting you, because it's causing a huge amount of echo. So I don't know what that is. Doesn't normally happen. Ms. M asking, what do you do? That's a big question. What do you do?
These days, nothing. Honestly, when I was younger, when I was younger, I may or may not partake in certain activities that left colours.
Yeah.
I guess is the best way.
Like, what we're working out is like 12 years ago we did that
It
video
has to be,
together.
man. Well, my kids are
Man.
14 this year, man, and I moved here in 09, so
Yeah. And okay, so because my YouTube channel's been around for 17 years, and okay,
wow.
honestly, all right, I'm going to do a thing. Let me see. Let's see if I can find something. What channel? Yeah, okay, that's on there, my channel. Let me try and find something. Where are we? I don't know, YouTube's search thing is kind of search across my channel. Okay. What was the name of the crew we did the shout out to?
That would be 70K.
What was it? Sorry?
70K, I think. Yeah, it was 70K.
70K?
Back then. Yeah. You were still wearing the mask, so.
I know, yeah, no, it was very old. Yeah, okay. Oh gosh, were you using the tag scope at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, okay. No, you're not in this one, but it's just me because you asked me to do a thing, send a message to the 70K crew because they were getting a lot of heat.
Yeah, I didn't have my run-in with the cops until after that.
How
I kept my fucking.
Trying to think. Okay, I'm going to find this video. Fuck off. 15 years ago. Holy shit, it's 15 years ago. Jesus Christ. 15 years. What the fuck?
Yeah,
okay.
That's a while ago.
God damn. That's a whole thing. Also, there's this guy. Okay, I'm gonna try and find him because there's this guy who really knows the history of Melbourne street art and hip hop. God, what was his fucking name?
Ralph Hunter.
Sorry, what was that? Raph or
Graph Hunter? I was used to
Graph Hunter.
or something.
Yes. No, Graph
Yeah.
Hunter. That guy's a fucking madman.
Yeah. It's funny. He's actually did a video where I think it was both you and you were filming down like the west side line along Werribee.
Yeah.
And we did B-roll where you scanned across, and I seen some of my work on the wall, but didn't want to comment shit. I was like,
yeah. No, he's hilarious, that guy, because he's really immersed in what everyone was doing like 20 years ago.
I know he used to paint then.
And I remember just randomly running into him. God, it was still a while ago, but it was a bit more recently, like maybe 10 years ago. There was like a world street art festival, and different people were doing some fairly high-end work in a whole bunch of the Melbourne laneways. And I literally just bumped into him again. And it's like, oh, what's going on? He's going, oh, this is going on. And he was always so hyperactive and enthusiastic when he's going, oh, this is this is this is it was like, good on you, bud.
Yeah, Saf is accurate. Angry Ozzy was masking up before COVID. You made it cool, man.
Yeah. But that was in all honesty, that was literally just because of my day job. And I think I said this multiple times. It's like where I was in my day job, it was kind of quite conservative, and I would lose my high-paying day job if someone knew I was doing this mental shit on YouTube.
That mask worked though. That was like just a plain mask and fucking black ink, wasn't it? Like,
well, okay, bit of history. This actually stemmed back to the uni stuff I did with AIDSy way back in the fucking late 80s. AIDSy was part of a show where they bought masks, just from Halloween shops and whatnot. And the thing is, if you get these masks, which are like full face masks, but you cut out the bottom half, so your human mouth is there, the masks look freakishly alive if there's an animated mouth below them.
yeah.
And AIDSy was part of this show where the whole thing was where there were these masks with a mouth, and it was a really good show. And so when I decided I wanted to be anonymous on YouTube, I borrowed from that and I got various archetypal masks and cut out the chin area so you could see my real mouth. And that was for probably my first 2 years on YouTube. I did that. And then eventually I went, okay, I've been doing this for long enough and this is kind of silly, and I'll show you my
doing
real
the
face
YouTube
now.
meetings.
Yeah.
That's around
Yeah.
menu. Yeah.
And it was basically, there was the first really big one when Corey, Mr. Safety, came out to Australia.
Yeah.
That was the first time I did a public event where it's like, I'm going to take the mask off and just interact with people. That was, Jesus Christ, that was 15 years ago.
These are like the first two I can remember ever living off YouTube, man. Like, that's something that people don't realize is like back then, yous were like the ones taking that first step to be like, Corey. Yeah.
Yeah. Corey he's fucking incredible because he just keeps reinventing himself year after year. Now he's doing this 3D animation motion capture shit, which is incredible.
Still around, to be honest.
He just keeps reinventing himself. He's working for a company now that's doing this 3D motion capture stuff. He's just done this wild stuff, like, he's done this hilarious stuff where he does like a 3D render of like a He-Man Masters of the Universe action figure, and then he maps it onto himself, and he'll do a whole video where he's He-Man dancing and shit. But he's reinvented himself like a dozen times over the years. But when he came out, we did this first thing, and a whole bunch of people came to Fed Square, and it was a whole thing. But it's also kind of why I don't do the very shouty, angry political stuff anymore. Partly it was just because COVID was weird and fucked up, and I wanted to be a bit more low key. But it's also just kind of like, well, I'm not going to be, a huge YouTube making millions of dollars person, and so I don't want to do anything that could interfere with my day job. So I've just been doing these live streams to hang out and chill and whatnot. But on the off chance anyone in like my day job says, find something I did 10 years ago where I'm going off and being a nutcase, I went, it was just fun. I was just fucking around on YouTube. That's all right.
I would love for them to find that video where your car got broken into, and it's not even you, your daughter was just losing her shit on camera, yelling and threatening them. That shit was so goddamn amazing.
Anything with them, because again, my offspring are in their 20s now. So anything with them is like 10, 12 years ago. And they were very fun. She in particular was very funny because she was even like pre-teen, pre-10-year-old, she was very articulate, and she would play along. Like, she would wear a mask and go on and have a bit of a rant, and she was pretty funny. But Lobster. Okay, fun fact: just before COVID, most of Australia was on fire, and it was very bad. Like December through January, We were on fire. It was very bad. And our then Prime Minister handled it very badly. And then
he went to fucking Hawaii.
he took a fucking holiday to Hawaii when the whole country was in the midst of a fucking disaster. And he wondered why everyone thought he was a dickhole for doing
Meanwhile, our old Prime Minister was fighting the fires.
Yes!
Like the one everyone hated.
It's just like, Jesus, Scotty from marketing was such a fuck up. Yeah, no, he fucked up the response to the bushfires. Then he fucked up the initial response to COVID because he didn't take it seriously. He was going like, yeah, I'm going to the footy on the weekend. Everyone could go to the footy. Yeah, no, Lobster, you are spot on. Our former PM was Ted Cruz material. You are fucking spot on right there. Spot on.
That, eh?
Yeah. So he fucked up his response to the bushfires. Then he fucked up his initial response to COVID, not taking it seriously, going,
There's
yeah, I'm
also
going
the
to the
flood.
footy on the weekend.
You
And
forgot the
it's
flood
like,
in
oh.
between that. The
And
bushfires
then
and the flooding, remember?
Yep. And then he fucked up getting us vaccines. He really fucked that up. And then further down the line, he fucked up us being able to get home testing kits and whatnot. So basically, there was about a 2-year period where he just fucked up everything. Fortunately, our various state leaders went, you know what? I'm not going to listen to him. I'm not going to listen to him. We're going to do this. We're going to have a lockdown. We're going to have this. And so the parallel I always draw, Australia's population is bigger than Florida's, but Florida under DeSantis in various nutcases, the death toll from COVID was at least 10 times higher than Australia because he wouldn't take any control measures. Whereas everyone going, oh, you had really strict fucking lockdowns and curfews and shit in Australia. And yeah, we saved tens of thousands of lives. Just look at Florida, which is like a comparative population that had 10 times the deaths that we had. So basically, we say it sucked. Honestly, the lockdown sucked. The curfew sucked. It was tough. It was rough for a lot of people in so many different ways, but it literally saved tens of thousands of lives. I mean, you know, as much as
it was a different. Melbourne got it worse than most though, because you were locked up for like 6 months straight. We were walking around,
and that's why these live streams started. Because when we started getting lockdowns, I just started live streams going, "Hey, how's everyone doing? This is weird, isn't it? This is fucked
Flemington
up."
Flats too. I remember Flemington Flats got locked down and like
there were some power blocks that got locked down. Yeah. No, there was some hardcore shit. And there were definitely mistakes. I don't think there's any doubt that there were mistakes. But the whole thing was unprecedented. And
who'd ever dealt with that before, you know?
We were making up to, oh God, Lobster, part of your job was dealing with Florida. You have opinions. Dude, I think we all have opinions.
Dude, Florida is like Florida people are just fucking Queenslanders, man. They're just a weird type, eh? Like they're not
Lobster,
right.
For your reference, when we talk about Queenslanders, it's like you talking about Floridians. Win XP. Who is Win XP? Okay, Win XP. I'm not sure who you are. I only let people on the stream if they turn their cameras on. So no anonymity, basically. You fell down the critical role rabbit hole. I mean, we all had shit that we used to cope in those times, honestly. Oh, yeah. Sager, he said that thing about it's not a race to get the vaccines. It fucking was, though.
It wasn't a race, but we couldn't open up anywhere until we had them.
No,
like
it was a race to get the fucking vaccines. It was a fucking race. Oh my God, he fucked up so badly. Morrison sucked so hard.
How did he? Like, I just woke up one day and he was in charge. We just woke up and he was there.
He fucking sucks so much. just like, what? So I'm the prime minister, so I'm meant to take responsibility for something? It's like, shut the fuck up, you fucking loser.
Like,
Jesus
just
Christ.
so like Lobster can understand, we all went to sleep one night and then we woke up and he was there. Like,
Yeah. And he shouldn't have been. It was a very weird and complicated thing that led him there. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, there was actually a class action payout for the people who
Yeah, it was
got
like
locked
5
into
million.
those.
5 or 10 million.
Yeah, but yeah, and again, okay, look, I've said before, and I'll say it again. The Victorian state leader, Daniel Andrews, I think, for my personal view, he probably passes the very low bar of being the best political leader in Australia. He's not flawless, though. I'm not going to worship at the altar of him, and not least that he fucking loves the cops and he loves authoritarian solutions to
Yeah.
things.
You know who I
Loves
liked?
going hard.
You know who I like? He was never like a real big name, but something like the mayor, John So. Do you remember
Yeah.
him? When he
Oh
was
god,
yeah.
John Stowe.
Yeah.
What a fucking legend he was. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird too because so Dan Andrews is from Williamstown, right?
Yeah.
So is Steve Bracks.
Oh yeah. Old school
Yeah.
Vic Labour. Yeah.
So,
So Lobster, you're saying your favorite thing was Lobster refused to cancel spring break. Yes. Yeah, no. And that's why Florida, which has a smaller population than Australia, had 10 times the deaths that Australia had.
yeah, but still fuck New Jersey. Like straight up. New Jersey.
Are we back to fuck New Jersey?
Fuck them. Fuck their pine barrens. Fuck everything about them.
Yeah. And also, Lobster, you are making a real good point. If you love any politician of any stripe, you maybe need to take a step back and think about your life choices. I really do. It's true to say, yeah, McGowan in Western Australia, very interesting because he closed the border and because that largely stopped the spread of COVID in Western Australia, everything was open there. Everything
it was weird.
open.
It was, but it wasn't. So like the only thing that I had the issue with was you know how you had to tag in and like register where you were and shit, yeah?
Yes.
That dragged on too long, in my opinion, because I mean, we had no cases. It was kind of like, what do we need? You know, you had you had to be isolated for like 2 to 4 weeks or something when you come back, and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, Lobster's also every time you like rag on New Jersey, anyone American just agrees. Like, yeah, fuck New Jersey.
Yeah, they're just a shit town of New York. Fuck them.
What was that reality show, Jersey Shore?
Yeah, that's right. That was a fucking
mess. It was so fucked. Like, Jersey Shore, they were just mutants. They were so
the only good thing
weird.
that come out of New Jersey was The Sopranos. Like, that's it.
And what was funny is what The Sopranos was inspired by was apparently a minor Jersey crime family that the New York families just thought was weird, fucking crazy hillbillies. It's like the New York families wanted nothing to do with them because it's like, who the fuck are these guys? What's going on there?
Dude, I just look at New Jersey as like Canberra. Like they're just the center point for New York and Philly. Like we don't know where to start it, so we'll just throw this shit there and we'll deal with it.
Oh fuck! So Lobster was saying, as far as the state, so New Jersey's not the nerd. Yeah, there are worse states than New Jersey, definitely.
You have to go Arkansas.
Yeah, you get to some of the southern states where the education standards and the welfare standards are just fucked. But it's kind of like if you're clutching at straws like, well, we're not the worst, that's not good.
In fairness, I actually don't hate New Jersey visa officer that's probably watching this in the future. Like, I have no issue with any states of America. It's a wonderful country. I can't wait to be there.
Oh God, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of the southern states though in a positive way. Sorry, just in terms of TV shows. Did you ever watch Justified?
Nah, I don't really watch much TV, man. I watch documentaries mostly.
Okay, well, Justified was a really good show. Timothy Oliphant playing a federal agent, not FBI, U.S. Marshal, Raylan Givens. It's honestly, Justified is. I think there's about 5 seasons of it. It's really good.
Yeah.
And most of it's set in like, I don't know, like West Virginia and stuff. And okay, Windows XP. Why did I put the link on there? Because Ray's wanted to join.
I've got a bigger question. Why are you called Windows XP?
I know. Again,
Don't judge us.
That's a bigger question. That is a bigger question. Honestly, even though I have no idea who you are, if you switch your camera on, I'd probably let you join the stream. I'm not going to let someone who's trying to hide, because on a microphone you could say who the fuck knows what that I'm not cool with. But you know, if you're going to put your face to it, that's a whole thing. But yeah, but also the other reason I bring up Justified is apparently there's a new season or mini season of it coming out where your southern U.S. Marshal ends up in a northern city trying to deal with some mob guys. God damn. But it's really good. Like, Justified is fucking awesome. Like, literally, the first season starts. Your protagonist, Raylan Givens, he's in Miami, he's in Florida, and he's just going with some local crime fuckhead. And the opening scene is literally him saying to this guy, I gave you 24 hours to get out of town, and it's going to take you 1 hour to get to the airport to get the fuck out of town. So you've got 5 minutes to leave where you are now, or you'll never make it out. And he's just sitting at this guy opposite, like in some upmarket bar, just going like, if you're not gone in 5 minutes, I'm going to shoot you. And this guy's one guy, and he's going like, hey, what are we talking about? He goes, I know you've got a gun. And it's this whole face-off where he's basically trying to provoke the gun into provoke this mob guy into pulling a gun. And then the heat gets a bit much because of what happens there. So his boss says, I'm moving you back to where you grew up, which is like in fucking West Virginia or something. And so the next 4 seasons are him just dealing with mad rednecks.
I found out that West Virginia is like our Tasmania. Like they're constantly just being told they're inbreds. Like I had no idea. I figured that was Alabama.
West by God, Virginia. Again, it's not completely okay. Now I need to look it up. Honestly, what are we doing? Where is Justified set? Neo-Western crime drama.
Represent.
Okay, it's actually based on Elmore Leonard's stories. He wrote great crime stories. So the new thing that's coming out, he actually goes to Detroit, which ought to be. Oh, he's in the Appalachians. Yeah, he's in Kentucky. Right. Okay. Yeah, Megalich is from Tassie, so he's representing. Yeah.
I've actually been told never to go to that fucking Appalachians. Everyone I know over there's just like people just go missing.
No, I think the Appalachians is really weird because I know people in the Appalachians. It's kind of like if you're with the right people, Appalachians is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm good.
If you need to be with the right people, the wrong people in the Appalachians, it's like, oh no.
Yeah,
it's deliverance. It's deliverance all over.
No, because as soon as you say if you're with the right people, I'm already not going. Like that's like being like, yeah, if you're in the Middle East, if you're with ISIS, you're fine. Like, you know, like,
No, I've got friends who are like in those areas like Kentucky West, and they're internet friends. Then I've not been there, but it's like people who are in like Kentucky or West by God, Virginia, and they're cool, but they will be really open. Like, oh no, if you run into the wrong people here, shit's fucked up, yo.
Yeah, there's some friends in Kentucky. One of them's fucking nuts, man. Like when I say like gun nut, this is like, it's different to them. Like they don't look at it as gun nut. They look at it as like you're nuts for not having it. You need more.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's wild. So yeah, honestly, if you ever want to pass a bit of time, Justified, I think, is well worth watching because the characters in it are just friggin' awesome. It's such a good show. And again, the hero, Raylan Givens, as the US one, he's just hilarious because half the time he's like trying to provoke someone into drawing their guns so he can shoot them. And the other half, he's just trying to convince someone it would be an extremely bad idea for you to do something violent, because if you do something violent, everything goes out of control. Like I'm trying
every single gun advocate ever. Like that is literally everyone I've ever spoken to is a gun advocate.
Yeah. No, it's like what's the saying? Gun advocates like a well-armed society is a polite society, which I don't agree with, because the idea is because everyone has a gun, everyone will behave themselves. We see the reality. It's like very, very stupid or unhinged or irresponsible people get guns and they do unhinged or irresponsible things. It's just not true. But it's kind of like, you know, the Old West. A lot of the folklore is bullshit because a lot of the towns were like, oh no, if you want to come into town, you have to surrender your firearms to the sheriff because you're all fucking crazy and we are not going to let you carry a gun through town because you'll just randomly shoot someone. So to come into town, you have to surrender your firearms to the sheriff.
I feel like I'd not last in the Old West. I think my humor would go down pretty bad. Like I just got that gut feeling that...
You think your humor would be the downfall?
Yeah, like I'm the dude who draws a dick on the back of a toilet door and laughs while I'm walking out. I feel like that might end bad. Like,
yeah. It's pretty wild. I mean, as much as he's a bit of a unit and a questionable person, Clint Eastwood makes good films, and particularly Unforgiven is one of my favorite films. I love that movie, not least because it's a whole thing of if a gunslinger goes to a town that's not his home and he's sick, what happens? Because in that period, like if you got sick, you got a fever, there was a 50-50 chance you were just going to fucking die.
Yeah, tuberculosis wiped out like how many people?
But even just the flu, if you got the flu, there's like a 50-50 chance you're going to die. And so if you're in that environment and you get sick, what happens?
Was I reading when I was in school that like gum disease was like one of the leading causes of death?
Because the infections poison you. Even in the modern world, I remember my older brother when I was young having a really bad rotten tooth that he spent ages refusing to get any treatment from. It was poisoning him. It was basically, the infection was so bad, it was poisoning him, and his face was swelling up. And it was like, no, now because you avoided the dentist for a couple of years, now you actually have to go into hospital and you have to have surgery. And
I mean, I know as much as you hate the dude, that's what ended up happening to Johnny Rotten. I believe he ended up having to go get his teeth fixed from memory and spend
Oh no, his whole thing. And probably the most extreme example was Shane McGowan from the Post.
Oh, that wasn't teeth, bro.
Even when he still had teeth, he was famous for they were just all crooked and they looked
Didn't
like
have
falling
teeth.
over
Had like
tombstones
gum
in a cemetery.
just in there, like.
And you can find these pictures from about. So I'm thinking, because I'm old, I'm thinking of Shane McGowan from
The Pogues.
like 40 years ago, and his teeth were all fucked up. But then you see photos from about 20 years ago where they rotted down to stumps in his gums.
Yeah,
and
he's
it was
got all new teeth now.
absolutely horrific. And then he got new teeth and he looked normal, but then everything caught up with him. I saw about 10 years ago, I saw like interview stuff with him, and I thought he looks way better than he has any right to look because of like several decades of alcohol abuse. But then I saw a more recent interview and it's caught up with him. I don't know if he's had a stroke or if it's an acquired brain injury just from alcohol abuse.
Yeah,
but
I've heard he did get like, I remember reading in a magazine, it was a while back, that he'd like gotten some sort of like he'd become slow basically. Like it just.
Oh no, yeah. I saw this. I watched this video, and dude is fucked up. Either he's had a stroke, or it's just an acquired brain injury from the alcohol abuse. Yeah. But yeah, it eventually caught up with him, and he's like seriously fucked up now. But again, he should have died. He should have died in the 90s. I mean, my God, he was so
80s. The fucking 80s, it was bad too. Aussie's the same. I seen a photo of Ozzy Osbourne like probably a month back, and fucking hell, like.
But also, Ozzy Osbourne's super old. He must be well into his 70s now.
Ozzy Osbourne is a walking drug. Like you could.
Oh yeah,
snort
no. I feel like there's entire years that Ozzy Osbourne has no memory of.
I can see that.
I think Keith Richards admitted to that. He kind of talks about there's bits in the 70s where he goes, "Oh no, there are entire years I don't remember." And
yeah, there's that one show he was playing with Sabbath. It would have been like mid 70s, and he's on stage, and it's like he's not even hiding that he's fucked up on acid. He's so happy, and he's clapping, and he's looking at all the colors just pinging out. Like, and the dude was like out there, like didn't give a fuck. So.
A slightly more recent one, a 90s one, the lead singer of the Stone Roses, who had a real reputation. I remember reading an interview with him in a magazine about 10 years past the Stone Roses peak, or he had another band, and they were relaying some stories about how fucked up he got on drugs. And he cited two stories. He said, one, the Stone Roses played Wembley. They were huge at one point. They played Wembley, packed Wembley Arena. He says, I do not remember that at all, because that we videoed it. It's on a DVD. I can watch it and watch myself on stage and go, that's pretty cool. I played Wembley. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember shit.
I have no memory of that. And the other one was a couple years later when they were recording another album. The interviewer says, there's a story that after you'd recorded the album, you held the master tapes hostage and said you were going to wipe them unless someone brought you crack cocaine. And he said, look, honestly, I have no memory of that happening, but a whole bunch of people who I trust and I have no reason to suspect they would lie, they tell me that definitely happened. And he was just like, yeah.
Pete Doherty was the same. He from the Libertines.
Yes. He went through a couple of real bad years, and now he's apparently past it. Or, you know, he's sober now. But, you know, you never know how long shit's gonna last. But it's also kind of like model. Who's the comedian who had a much cleaner reputation but ended up being more fucked up than Pete Doherty?
Fucking all of them.
Yeah. But, oh God, I can't remember him. But he had this whole persona of being a nice guy, and it turns out he's not a nice guy and he's a mad cocaine addict. And he was friends with Pete Doherty. And they kind of had a joke where Pete Doherty said, everyone's going to blame me for you being such a fuck up. And he's just going like, yeah, no. Lobster, you're off to work. All right. I hope you have a good day at work. Enjoy that.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Really
Now I'm going to look
used
this
to,
up
didn't he?
because I'm totally fucking blanking. John Mulaney. That's who I was thinking of.
I've heard the name. I haven't seen him.
Yeah. So, but he had a reputation of being a nice guy, and his stage persona was a nice guy, but he had just a horrific cocaine addiction that he was keeping kind of secret, and he fucked up all of his personal life, and then all his friends who were like just a who's who of the American comedy world did an intervention on him and got him to go to rehab. But he's recently released a new special on Netflix where he talks about that whole thing, and it's kind of fun. But he even references there was this public persona of him being a nice guy, and he's going like, it's kind of fucked when people think you're a nice guy, but you're actually just a normal, flawed person who makes terrible decisions and does bad things.
Dude, it spins me because I remember I went to TAFE in Footscray.
Yeah.
And like we're coming off the 90s. So Footscray just off the fucking 90s. And I remember like you'd see people in those alleyways. You'd look at them and be like,
oh, yeah.
How, man? Like, how's that possible? Like, you were clean. Like, but why?
Yeah.
There's a spinner. They used to have the freezer truck and shit. That shit, that's bad.
Yeah.
I hate drugs, man.
Yeah. When I first moved to Melbourne, which was like 25 years ago, which was not the golden age for Footscray, currently is the golden age for Footscray. No. 25 years ago, not so much. So when I was moving from Sydney, we were planning where would we move? Because it was all about my firstborn had arrived and my partner's family wanted us to move here. And it's like, oh, they're the babysitters. We'll move here. And I looked, they were out in St. Albans, and I looked at the map and go, I am not living that far away from the city.
Good choice.
I just kind of looked at a map and said, okay, well, about halfway between where they are and the city appears to be this area, Footscray. I'm going to move there. And I did move there. And the funny thing I still remember is my partner's younger sister, when I said, we're going to move to Footscray, we found a place in Footscray. And she said, you don't want to go there. There's been killings there. But I misheard her, and I thought she said, you don't want to move there. There's lesbian killings there. And so I wanted clarity, and I said, sorry, what's happening there? Are there people killing lesbians in this suburb, or are there lesbians killing other people in this suburb? Because it's two very different things. And she was just looking at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because and there were. And it was funny, like one time where we were, like you'd get the monthly neighborhood watch newsletters, and it would just be like the crimes reported. And it was breaking and entering, burglaring, car theft, aggravated burglary. And then one month it was like car theft, breaking and entering, murder. And I went, okay, that's a highlight.
Yeah.
What the fuck? And I looked, and it had literally happened. There was a service station just up on the corner from where I lived. But what had happened, it was a domestic thing. There'd been a family party, someone's birthday party. And you know, when sometimes in various ethnic groups, when there's a marriage and either side of the in-laws don't get on with each other, even though that's what happened. These bits of family that didn't get on with each other were in the same place. And there was a very violent argument at this, I don't know, it was a wedding or a fucking engagement or a christening or something. And then someone left who'd been involved in the argument, and someone else followed them and caught up to them at this service station that was literally only 6 houses down from where I lived.
Yeah.
And they
That's
caught
just
up to them there and fucking stabbed them to death.
Yeah, man. I remember the fucking 90s, man. It was so wild. Like walking.
It was
through
the 90s. It was the late 90s. Yeah.
You just couldn't. Like, you didn't go there unless you had to. Like, you'd walk past people with like horse needles in alleyways, and people walking up to the car with kids and are like, "You want to buy something?" You didn't want to say no, but you didn't want to say yeah. Like, it was a fucking dangerous situation at times.
But even late 90s, early 2000s, the Melbourne CBD, Burke Street, there were just fucking heroin dealers. You'd just be walking there and they'd just go, "You chasing, mate?" And it was like,
no, I remember
I'm just walking down the fucking street, man.
King Street was wild, like in the early 90s and shit. I remember like going through there as a kid, like going to different parts of the city you go out to, and you'd see some shit in King Street, even not on a weekend. Like, it's such a different, it's such a better place these days.
All the fucking time. Like King Street, fucking Burke Street, and it's probably Exhibition Street around the corner, and eventually a combination of the state government and the city council and the cops just said, "Let's just move him." And because the cops said, "Okay, if we prosecute him, they're just going to move out into the suburbs," and everyone just went, "You know what? That's okay."
It's easier to deal. We still get tourism then.
It's kind of a black eye for our tourism if there are these smack dealers right in the middle of the city. So let's just chase them into the suburbs.
From what I remember the change come with the Commonwealth Games. Like, that's when they were like, you know what, we got international people coming in, fuck off.
Yeah.
Like,
that was it. That was literally it. Yeah. But it was fucking wild because, I had a couple of, I was doing contract work and not all of it was in the city, but a few of them were. And it was just like, man, just working from where we work to going to get someone to lunch, someone tries to cajole you into buying smack off them. And it's like, it's fine. It's good. It's good.
My mum used to take me to get like my hair cut in Footscray, and we'd go to High Point and shit after that. And I was like a kid, man, like a little kid. And she'd be walking in the street. My mum does not look like she uses anything. And I just walk straight up to her like, "You want to buy some smack?" And she just look at him like, "Do I fucking look like I want to buy smack?" Like,
the fucking markets next to Footscray Station. Like now, I think they're just markets now. But 90s, early 2000s, that was just insane fucking drug dealing going on. There were markets there. You could get fruit and veg and whatnot, but there was also a really significant number of smack dealers in there as well. Yeah. I think it's cleaned up now, but 90s, early 2000s, Jesus.
I think it's just changed. It's one of them places. It'll always be what it is, but I think it's not so in your face. Like a lot of it's.
I think Footscray is rated as one of the trendiest areas in Australia at the moment. It's just like, and this is like the last 5 years, because I've been working in the CBD since just before COVID, but the year previous to that, I was working in Footscray. I was working in Victoria University, which is just there in Footscray. And honestly, it was still a bit fucking iffy. It was 5 years ago, it was a bit iffy.
I went to that one near, was it Seddon Station? The one right near that, in between Seddon.
Yeah.
Just that place was just, even walking there at fucking 7 a.m, you're just like, all right, what's today?
Yeah.
So I'm glad it's changed, honestly.
Yarraville Seddon for a while. Yeah. So
I'm just glad it's changing, honestly. Like, I'm glad they're doing something now, because it's
that's a real hipster area. Footscray through the Seddon is a real fucking hipster area now.
Yeah,
it's very
Port Melbourne used to be bad too.
Yeah.
So, well, at least it's changed. COVID changed a lot of shit too, though.
Yeah. It's like, everything changes. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, but everything changes.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing.
Kate Moss. Yeah, that's the name. Pete Doherty.
The junkie model.
Yeah, she was the one that was.
That's how she stayed so skinny. You do enough cocaine.
Yes.
You just don't ever eat.
Ask her what her diet was. She says the New York Dolls.
Yeah, was it what would they call that? The waif stage, where the models looked like emaciated 12-year-olds. It's because they were all doing so much gear. It's just like,
I remember. I forget her fucking name. There was this one model when I was a kid. She was like real popular, and like it come out. She did some autobiography. I forget her fucking name. We're gonna have to find it. She did an autobiography, and she starts talking about drug use, and then all these like artsy dudes were like, "Really? She took drugs?" And everyone else was like, "Really shit me, right?" What was her fucking name? She was an Australian too.
oh, okay. Which Australian model would? Because there's been a few high-profile ones.
It would have been late 90s.
Oh, I don't know. My brain's just not working.
Yeah,
I've
getting a bit late.
Yeah, it's a bit late, and I've drunk a bit much alcohol to think coherent thoughts. I know it's not Elle Macpherson because she had too many curves to be a major druggie. But there were 90s and early 2000s that just fucking stick thin models. You look at them and go like, yeah, they don't eat, they just do bowls of cocaine every day.
Yeah. It's the same with the reporters, man. I remember like seeing some of the reporters out front of the courts, and you see them and they're not healthy. It's like, you do not stay healthy to be on camera, do you? You look like you're fucking...
No. They wanted cheekbones. Cheekbones are more important than sleep. And it's just
no, they're fucked that.
I
went to America for 2 weeks, come back fat. I was going to the gym and shit. I was all like,
oh my God. The serves in America is just like, every time you get food and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Or you go to Vegas and it's just these all-you-can-eat buffets. And it's just like, Jesus.
Yeah. You know where the shittest is, though? Fucking Jersey. Fuck New Jersey. Like, straight up.
I've not been to the East Coast, but from what everyone said, I'm very comfortable saying fuck New Jersey. So
I've never been there, but fuck on.
Yeah, I know. Just from what everyone who's actually from there tells me, it's just like, yeah, no, fuck that.
Well, you know, before I left, I was like, we've got to go through customs. I was a bit like, going to be getting the customs.
Yeah.
I was good. I haven't told you about that. I didn't write anything in Discord. I got off the plane in Chicago. So I'm sitting there already. I'm getting off the plane. And you know that nervous feeling you get when you get off the plane and you're walking towards.
Yeah.
So I had that while I got off the plane, walked out of the like tunnel thing. And as soon as I walked out, the chick in front of me dropped dead of a fentanyl overdose. And I knew at that point I was clearing customs because I was not going to be suspicious at all.
Jesus. Yeah, no, they had bigger things to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, I walked right through customs, man. I was like, I looked at her like, that sucks.
God damn. Holy shit. Oh my God. Yeah. No, they've got bigger problems.
Passport.
God damn.
We hadn't even got the passport control. We got off the plane. Like, she didn't do it on the plane, thank God.
Oh, God damn. Sorry, I just kind of saw an update from Dr. Abigail. It's actually from half an hour ago. They botched a cannula. Like they're obviously trying to put an IV into her, and she's saying they fucked it up. So she's getting very annoyed at them because she was already in a lot of pain before they tried to stick cannulas into her and fuck them up.
You know she's coming out of there yelling at everyone because she went to the hospital and they botched it. She's like, I should have stayed home.
Yeah, we convinced her she should do it, and then they just stabbed her with a bunch of stuff and fucked it up. And it's all our fault. It's all our fault.
Yeah, way to make us all look bad.
Yeah.
I'm just going to blame Jersey.
No, I'm actually super glad she went in because there were just too many warning signs. Like even if they just keep her under observation tonight and in the morning just go, yeah, we kind of think nothing's really that wrong with you. You should go home.
Yeah,
I think that's better than
better
just
safe than
staying at
sorry
home
always.
and I'm in shit tons of pain and I'm not going to do anything about it.
Yeah,
But
no, it's always better safe than sorry.
yeah, yes. And as we were saying earlier, I've been Mr. Responsible this year. I've had so many blood tests and ultrasounds because various weird shit happened to me that had never happened before. And I'm going into a doctor going, what the fuck is this? And they said, I don't know, we should do some tests to work it out. And ultimately, it all worked out to be benign. Like even one of the things, it's like, ooh, I think I know what that is. And that's a thing where you're going to have to take this medication for a really long time. Oh, Dr. Abigail is actually watching us. Needle phobia. I had no idea you were watching us. I was looking at the things you posted on.
We're really shit people in her eyes right now. Like we're really. She's got a needle phobia. They fucked her up.
We convinced her to go in, and they've just been sticking things in her.
All I'm saying is, this is what happens when you come to YouTube for medical advice and not Google.
I know, but seriously, I'm the same way. I've had so many blood tests this year, and when they're doing it, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just not going to fucking look. I'm going to pretend it's not happening. There you go. You've got my arm, and you're going to stick something in it. And I swear to God, even if I one time I must have looked like a mad junkie. Well, I had one blood test like in there, and it was fine. I barely felt a thing and I was very happy. But over the next couple of days, this bruise opened up on my inner arm and it took like 2 or 3 weeks to fade away. And Mrs. Angry was joking about it, like, yeah, you just look like a mad junkie. You've got this huge freaking bruise in there.
Yeah, I could see that. I can talk about
it. Yeah, also, Dr. Abigail loves looking at weird medical videos and talking about it. But yeah, just the doing, that's not good. Yeah, but it was hilarious. I had these blood tests where I ended up, even though the nurses who did them were really good and I barely felt a thing, but these huge fucking bruises came up on my arm and lasted for a couple of weeks that made me look really fucked up. And then I had to do one, they were doing this scan of me because there was this potentially quite serious thing, which turned out not to be there, which is good. But they had to inject this stuff into me, which I think was essentially a dye that made various bits of my organs show up more clearly on a scan. And when I went in for that, because I'd had blood tests and I had this big stupid bruise on this arm, I said to the tech who was doing it, I said, do it in this arm. And with this arm's all fucked up from a blood test. And he went, oh, yeah, okay. And he said, this needle's actually much finer than the blood test needle, so it probably won't do that to you. And he was right. He was right that I did this thing. It felt super weird. It felt gross and awful and like something very cold going up my arm. It was some fucking dye, so it would show up in the scans. But the plus side was the doctor was saying, oh, I think it's this thing where you're going to have to take this medication like forever to manage it. But then it turned out to be a different thing. He goes, oh, it's a different thing that presents exactly the same as the bad thing, but it's actually much more benign. So you just have to take this anti-inflammatory and you'll be fine.
Sometimes they're just swinging in the wind. Just like, I'm hoping this is it. Like, I hope this is long lasting because I'm saying it is.
Yeah, there's a whole thing. Oh, yes. Dr. Abigail loves the subreddit of medical gore. Yeah.
I love confession. That shit's amazing. Some of the shit you see in that Reddit confession stuff.
Yeah. Also, oh God, that's a whole other thing because Reddit is doing some fucked up shit with charging for APIs and cutting off third-party apps that a huge amount of its users use. And so they're all rebelling. A lot of the most popular subreddits are going dark temporarily or for an extended period to protest the decisions the Reddit management's making. It's basically about cutting out third-party apps, and all the users are going like, well, fuck you, we use the third-party apps because your core app's kind of shit, and these third-party apps have features that we want, and now you're making it impossible for the third-party apps to work. I don't know where that's going to end up, because it was very interesting, because it was a pretty large-scale user revolt against corporate Reddit. So who knows where that's going to end up. But yeah,
probably like MySpace, it'll just disappear.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people were saying Reddit seems to be right on the verge of shooting itself in the head, kind of like what Elon's doing to Twitter. We're just waiting for the point where Twitter becomes utterly unusable because of a succession of incredibly stupid decisions.
You know that Justin Timberlake owned MySpace for a minute?
Did he? Really?
Yeah, dude. Okay. He straight up just bought MySpace at one point.
That's wild. My favorite thing is, Tom from MySpace, when you joined, you were made friends with Tom. And some people mocked him, and he's like, no, dude, I cashed out. People wanted to buy it, and I cashed out when the site was still strong, and I just kind of disappeared from the public eye. I had millions of dollars. It was just like,
why does he have to do anything ever again?
Yeah, you're saying the collapse of MySpace was my fault. Like, no. I took the money and fucked off. Just like, yeah, good on you, man. Good on you. Because Tom was our friend. Tom didn't judge us. Tom was our friend.
Tom was one of them dudes too that no one knew him, but everyone knew him. Like if you said Tom back then, everyone knew who you were talking about, but no one knew who the fuck he was.
I just loved that you got the friend thing. When you joined MySpace, you were automatically his friend, and it was just that goofy photo of him at a PC looking back over his shoulder at the person taking the photo.
The whiteboard in the background.
So funny. God damn. But yeah, he's a dude who cashed out and didn't act like a dickhole publicly afterwards, as opposed to what's the guy who created MySpace, who made $1 billion from it, who then spent several years being a complete fucking cockhead on various social media platforms. But he also seemed to eventually go, oh, maybe I should just not do this. I should not go on public forums.
Maybe I should just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I've got my hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe I should just avoid social media. And it's like he eventually twigged. Notch, that was his screen name. But yeah, he's for a couple of years he was being a complete fucking idiot on social media, and as then like it eventually worked out. Oh, I should stop because this is stupid. What I'm doing is stupid. I should just sort of roll around in piles of cash money all day because I have piles of cash money. I feel like I could quite comfortably say if I made obscene mountains of money, I wouldn't fuck around making a dick of myself on social media.
I would just fuck off. I wouldn't be on social media. I'd be gone with my money.
I would just fuck off. I would just be gone. People like, and lately it's Elon Musk who's just so embarrassing. It's just like, dude, people would still think you were kind of cool if you didn't do all this really embarrassing stuff you do, but you do all this embarrassing stuff. God damn.
I don't know. There's some of the shit he's done I've been laughing at though. Like, I like Stephen King, but when he was just like, I didn't pay for a check mark, and Elon Musk was like, I know. He just gave him it to be a spiteful dick. I kind of got that.
What was funny with the people who had that blue check mark forced on them, they eventually worked out, I think it was if they changed their username the check mark went away. And then Elon would go, no, put the check mark. And it was going back and forth for a while. It was so silly. Oh, I think Dr. Abigail's off in Happy Land. Doctor gave her some opioid painkillers and nausea med. I feel like now Dr. Abigail might be much better disposed to us if she's had serious pain meds and anti-nausea meds. I feel like now she'll be on side with our recommendation to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Until she comes out, and she's still going to remind us that they fucked up doing the drip in her arm.
Yeah, she's probably not going to let us forget that. She's going, you fuckers told me to do this, and then this happened. So, fuck you. It was just like, oh, goddamn. But then you got the good pain meds. I don't know. I think you have to come back to our side because you got the good pain meds.
Just think to yourself, what would AIDS do?
He would ask for more pain meds. That was of all the various hospital misadventures he had, that was the not quite joke because it was kind of a real thing with him that he said, like, of all the various times he'd gone into hospital, whether it was his idea or is somewhat against his will, when everything was fucked and he's in a bed and he's got intravenous drips, and when someone says, can we do anything for you? And he said, like, can I have some morphine? He said if they ever said yes, he'd go, well, that's bad.
That's not good, yeah.
If he ever asked for really serious pain meds and they said yes, he went, oh, that's fucked. That's a bad sign. If they say yes to serious pain meds, I could be in trouble here. It was just the whole thing. Oh, dear.
Yeah, no. Like I said before, go figure. The last thing, like, I'm talking to him on the live feed, and the last thing we're talking about is my health, and then like a week later, he's fucking dead. Like, good one.
But again,
thanks for that.
That was him. No matter what he was facing, he'd always talk to someone else and go, oh, no, you should look after yourself. Like, yeah, no, do that thing. Oh, no, you're having a problem? That sucks. You're having a problem? That sucks. And it's like when he was being like that magnanimous, doing, oh, no, you feel sick or you've got a sore leg or a sore arm. Oh, that sucks, man. And it's like, my pain or medical problems are here, and his day-to-day medical problems are here. But he'd always go, oh, man, that sucks. What you're going through is really bad. And I was like, God damn. And yes, Dr. Abigail, you're being very well behaved and staying in the bed. Aidsy would tear out the probes and cannulas and, leaking blood and talking about flappy dogs. That's real. That's the thing he did more than once.
Someone really needs to just write a fucking script out and sell it.
Well, no, but he did it. The stage show he did, Code Grey, where he documented his most extreme hospital thing when he had the necrotizing fasciitis, which poisoned his blood and was going to liquefy all his internal organs and whatnot. But where he really calmly tells the story, because they had him on ketamine, and so he was off his fucking trolley. And he's just going like, I want a drink of water. And they wouldn't let him drink water because of the medication. If he drank water, he would have just vomited. And he's going, I want a drink of water. And they say, you can't. And he's going, they're all against me. And he's got, I don't know, 6 different tubes running into different parts of him and going, it's a fucking plot. They're all against me. And he waited till there was like no nurses around. And apparently there were some nail clippers in the kit that he'd taken into the hospital. And so he just methodically cuts through all these tubes. Some are in his arms, some are in his legs and thighs because of all this surgery they've done on his ball sack and his thighs. And he's just cutting through all these tubes with a pair of nail clippers. And then he's gone, the perfect crime. Now I can get up. And he gets up and goes to the little toilet and drinks some water. And he goes, now I want a cigarette. And he's walking down an aisle in the hospital where he's meant to be constrained to bed. And all these tubes are still in him. He's just cut him off. And they're all draining fluid onto the floor. It's not all blood. A lot of it's blood, but a lot of it's just fluid. And he's just walking down the aisle, just pushing a thing going, it's fine, I'm fine. And people at the nursing station see just this gross trail of fluid behind him. And like, what the fuck? And then they got him back and dragged him into bed and dosed him up again. And the next time he walked in, he woke up, he was restrained. He had restraint. And he's just like, what's that about? And they said, you are not to be trusted. And he's going, sure I am. I'm a nice guy. And they go, no, you're not. No, you're not. And yeah, so that was a whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
I'm hoping, I don't want to go too far. Dr. Abigail, someone slipped your ketamine. I feel like you're not talking about in medical world there.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a night out.
Yeah. Yeah. But AZ, they were giving him industrial grade ketamine. And he went, no, it happens. You fall down the K-hole. Where it's like you actually dissociate and you're just like, I'm outside of my body. What is happening here? And that's where Flappy Dogs came in, which I still love that story. And just in case anyone watching is not innately familiar, he's in a hospital and it's an old hospital. And he could see out the window. He could see a roof out the window. And there were these sort of ventilation things coming out of the roof. And that's fine. And because it's not a hospital, there was some tar paper on the roof. And some of it had come loose and was wrapped around this sort of ventilation thing and was kind of flapping in the thing. And he thought it looked like a penguin. But he couldn't remember the word for penguin. And he had some visitors with him who were all around him. How are you doing? He's talking to him. And he looked out the window and saw this thing that he thought looked like a penguin. And he pointed and he wanted someone to say, is that a penguin out there? And he said, but he just went, there's a flappy dog. And everyone's like, what? And he goes, look out there. There's a flappy dog. And they're like, there's no such thing as flappy dogs. He goes, there's a flappy dog. And he said, because what he was saying was so stupid, people wouldn't even look out the window. Whether if his brain wasn't so fucked up on ketamine, if he could have remembered the word penguin, if he could have said, it looks like there's a penguin on the roof, and people would have looked and said, oh, no, that's just the ventilation thing with some tar paper wrapped around it. But because he was saying something so stupid, like, there's flappy dogs, no one would even look. They're just like, no, you're just fucked up on hospital drugs.
Yeah. Which he was.
Which he was. He absolutely was. Which is why he couldn't remember the word penguin. And
Fucking Christ,
so he was very upset that people wouldn't even look. It's just like, Jesus. Oh, yeah, good Lord. It's like 1 a.m. Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. I think I should go to bed.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a drive and grab some dinner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because you're in an extremely different time zone to me.
Yeah, it's only it's almost 11.
It's merely creeping up on 11, but it's 1 a.m. for me. I should go to bed.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Robbie saying,
it's actually a quick story if you want to hear about that.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
It's kind of fucked up.
It sounds kind of fucked up. Yeah.
When we were younger, one of our friends come to us. It was me and one of my other friends. I'm not going to say fucking names because this is a true story. So me and one of my other friends were hanging out. One of our other friends comes over and he's talking to us. We're new to the whole puberty thing.
You're still exploring.
He's asking for recommendations on lube.
Mm-hmm.
Me being me, I'm like, I don't know, water base. My buddy turns around to him and just outright says deep heat. Now I click. I'm like, all right, I know what's going on here. So about a week, 2 weeks later, comes our friend again in the door. He's like, use a dicks. I'm like, what? He's like, he goes, yeah. Do you know why I was asking why I could use lube? No, why? He goes, I was losing my virginity. We fucking died.
Oh no.
She ended up in hospital. He ended up in hospital. We ended up with a story for the last 15 years.
That's gonna traumatize you. Jesus.
Yeah.
My God.
This is the worst bit of it. And read between the lines when I say this. He's Jewish.
Oh, yeah. Bernie.
He's from
Yeah, okay.
Caulfield too, so.
Oh yes. God damn. Oh dear. No, I think the weirdest lube I've ever used was sesame oil, which technically works, but holy shit, the smell of it. My God.
I'm telling you, man, as soon as he said it, I was just like, as if you're not going to fucking play along. Like, let's see how far.
Oh yeah, as soon as someone says DP, if someone's gonna fall for it, you're gonna roll with it. It's just like
you got to. You've just got to. It's wrong not to.
Oh my God, that's just fucked. That just reminds me of like the early days of Reddit with someone saying like, "Hey, I worked out this fantastic way to clean a microwave. You just get, and I think it was like household bleach and something else, which essentially makes fucking mustard gas." And it's just like, and you mix these things and put it in a bowl and put it in a microwave, and your microwave is spotless. And then there'd be like 10 comments under with, "Yeah, I tried this and it worked perfectly," because they all know that there's no way you mix those things. And they're just like, and they're just going, "It worked." And there's 10 comments going, "This is brilliant. It works so well." And then the 11th comment is, "Fuck you guys. This." And I destroyed my microwave, B, almost killed everyone in my house, and C, 3 weeks later, I still can't get the smell out of my kitchen. It's just fucked. All right.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm going to go sleepy bobos.
Yeah, I'm about to go, yeah.
In all probability, there will be a Saturday night stream. Won't fucking go this late. I'll tell you this much for free. But yeah, it might go a while. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But I need to get some sleep and do that. So
it was good talking to you, man.
Oh, so good seeing you, man. That was so cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining in.
Oh, good. All right, I'll talk to you all later. See you, everyone.
Yeah, see you all later. Another time.